I have to ask support. Here's your support. You know what? It's about time you leave the reserve. You know.
Still got a humming noise? So you're doing an overview, or you need me to do it? You need me to do an overview, or are you going to do it?
Well, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. It always matters. So good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Energy Symposium. And we are in day 2, and I want what took place yesterday, where we heard from Dr. David Pearson, where he gave highlighted much of the climate change adaptation strategies that could be employed by communities when you're considering developing some of your energy plans, including providing one of the tools that he recommended that everyone uses, the Climate Atlas, for you to consider. And we also heard from Kim Neal, who's done a lot of work on Manitoulin in regards to analyzing the Climate Atlas, and has done that work. And I'm sure that if you speak with Kim, you'd be able to hear about that analysis itself and in more detail in regards to Manitoulin and what impacts climate change can have on Manitoulin. And in regards to the presentation from Kim on natural assets initiatives, she's outlined how you can begin a valuation exercise in regards to natural assets within and around your communities, and more importantly, working together with other neighboring municipalities, neighboring First Nations, and I believe that she did identify that there is a policy shift that's required within Ontario, so that would definitely require some collaboration amongst all stakeholders. We also heard the various programs within Hydro One networks, and we had a presentation there from Christina Reynolds and Chris Garrow, and they provided you with a summary of the programs that are available, as well as the history of Hydro One and the how each of the sectors are divided within Ontario on who has responsibility for which area within electricity generation as well as distribution. And we've also heard a presentation from Sue Manitowabi in regards to Wikwemikong's energy plan, as well as its vertical integration exercise and pursuits within the biomass sector. So we thank every one of them for their presentations, and we capped off the day with a presentation from Mitch Soulier, who had outlined his academic pursuits as well as a technical project that he's working with the community and the high school with in developing a solar boat project. So we're very excited to see some of our young people from our community involved in engineering, and we look forward to seeing some of those projects come to fruition. So, and today have a couple slight changes. We didn't want to start until Mary Lynn got here, so now we're ready to go. But we do have some changes in the agenda. So the agenda before you at 10:45, we're going to be having the agricultural and Wikwemikong presentation from Annette Pelche. And the other change is going to be at 1:45 is when the land use plan presentation from John Manitowoc will take place. So other than that, we're prepared and ready to go for today's presentations, and I'll call upon Russell Pitwanquit, who's our housing manager, to provide an overview of housing developments, future planning, and infrastructure requirements when considering housing in our community. So, Russell.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So, yesterday was a pretty good day to talk with some other people and future developments. Anyway, I'll start off. So, here's a brief housing overview. We work with so we take on applications for construction of new homes, and we build multi-unit projects. We renovate all private homes. When required, we do renovations on rental property management units. Those are all the rental units for the RPMs. We call them RPM. So we have a total of 1,303 homes. 803 of those are private homes. Those are the ones housing takes care of. We do the renovations for those. RPM manages 500 units. So they're a separate department. Sometimes we get confused what whose department is where. So rental property management manages. They take on applications for people who want to rent a unit in Wikwemikong. So I'll move on here. All the new residential construction and emergency renovations are project managed by the housing department. The project management includes working through the building planning, design, stage, work scheduling, ordering materials, scheduling subcontractors, and scheduling inspections. So that's all coordinated by our department. So currently we employ 37 employees. 8 of are administrative. 5 of those administrative support they're on contract. So we're looking to evaluate our staffing at some point as we pick up in more projects. So there's about 20 right now. There's currently about 29 construction workers in the construction area. As we increase our projects, we'll hire more staff during the summer when we pick up on our renovations and new construction projects. We aim to build long-lasting affordable homes, simplify the building process, and lower labor costs. So we are compliant with Ontario Building Code and the National Building Code. We follow or exceed Ontario Building Code and the National Building Code. We utilize certified building inspectors for pre-build geotechnical site inspections, foundation rebar inspections, structural vapor barrier, and this goes all the way through the final inspection. So this verifies that we're in compliance with all the codes. For rural water and septic installations, we follow environmental health officer design recommendations. The AHO is also involved with mold remediation recommendations, so we follow what they recommend. They come on site and they'll do an assessment of what needs to be done, and we'll follow their recommendations. For spills, like we can get an oil spill in some basements, like for example, the furnace oil would leak, we would call a contractor, a certified contractor, come and clean those types of situations up. So that's for the new construction projects. After pre-planning and pre-build process is complete, excavation will begin, forms are built, concrete gets ordered, footings, foundations begin, other materials, lumber, roof, trusses, windows, doors, steel roof are ordered, subcontractor scheduled, and it's all coordinated by our office. So we follow the construction schedule that's completed. Here's a picture of, we did a winter build this year. And it's just more of a challenging when you do a winter build. There's more mud, there's more snow, ice. So it takes a little bit longer to do that. On the second picture there, you'll see, it's not the biggest picture there, but there's a finished product of one of our newer constructions we have. So there could be setbacks too. There could be excessive rainfall, flooding on the work site, short supply of building materials or concrete. We experienced that also on this new build during the winter. We do our best to move forward and get around these setbacks. For the emergency renovation repairs, that's another big area that we are involved with. On the private homes and in the community, we often get calls for emergency plumbing, heating, electrical, roofing, and structural issues. Assessments are conducted immediately. When required, we call the building inspector or environmental health officer, depending on the type of emergency, and we follow their recommendations. In those situations, we will coordinate the plumber, electricians, heating contractors, or our own crews will get involved and correct the problem. For example, in the winter, we had a lot of heating issues there and fixing furnaces and things like that. So we also construct wheelchair ramps. We get a lot of requests for those. We do a number of those every year. Our crews will go and do that. The process involves our crews will go, when we get a request, our crew or one of our crew members will go out. They'll do an estimate on. Do a site visit. They'll do an estimate. They'll do measurements on a renovation or a ramp or whatever. So after that, all the estimates are put together. The cost of material and the labor is all combined. We do that. We put that into a repayment agreement. So that's based on the material and labor costs. Once the agreement is signed, we order materials and the renovation begins. Here's a copy of a picture of a current renovation project. This house was I think it was built in the early 80s. It needed an overhaul. You'll see in the picture it gets a steel roof, new siding and a deck, so there's some of the work. It's close to a finished project there. They're going to change the windows on there also. So it will look like a new house when it's all done. The building designs and efficiency. I know we get questions on why do we build just plain looking houses and stuff like that, but I'll get into that a bit here. Currently, our building designs are standard. There has always been some changes. We've tried to do changes and change designs, make our houses look more, newer or a different style, or change from what we had 10 years ago, kind of thing. But what what happens is when you get into a more luxury build, the costs are higher, and it's more difficult to spread out the limited funds that we have. Building multi-units, we do build a lot of multi-units, then there's an advantage to that. You can get further with the money that's allocated. Basically, when you do a multi-unit build, apartment building build, all the infrastructure is all there. When you build a single unit, you're kind of spending more money organizing it, getting all the gravel in there. So it's better to have more condensed units in one. And with our housing issue these days, I mean, that's more beneficial to do it that way. So we are also in the process of assessing other building methods. We looked at possibly building tiny houses. We're going to assess that further. I've also looked at SIPS panels. There's a new construction material that we're looking at using. It has a magnesium oxide material on both sides of the. It's a SIPS panel. They used to use plywood, so this is a more superior product from plywood or an OSB that they used to use. So this product will it's resistant to mold, moisture. It's insect resistant and fire resistant, so there's big benefits there compared to the regular stick frame that we use. Also, one big benefit when it comes to efficiency is it has an R40 value. That's like double of a 2x6 frame wall that most houses have these days. So that's double. That's a big energy efficiency benefit there. A 2x6 frame regular house has an R20. In the attic, I think we're aiming for is R40 value right there, so that matches that. And we already have a lot of insulation. They doubled the insulation in the attics, so that's R40 range right there. So that would meet that. That kind of product would meet that requirement. There could be economic opportunities to manufacture this here, and so I mean, there's other ways to look at this. So our current partnerships with Inamajig, we had the biomass. We met with the biomass. We're planning for that and the Greener Homes Initiative. We had meetings with the engineer on the biomass product, and Nikki and Sue, we met with them a few weeks ago. I also supported the energy planner and the Greener Home Initiative to get a certified auditor with an NRCan. That would have allowed us to access more, to do renovations on homes to get them more energy efficient. I think we need to reapply for that one though. There's some funding available. Gina Simon spoke about this yesterday. It's really complicated to get involved with this. But I think we'll just keep trying for that one. It would allow us to insulate homes and get windows and doors. A lot of our homes are really old, from the 80s, 90s, and they need replacement of windows and doors. So the idea with the biomass is to create a biomass station and connect to a new subdivision to supply heating needs for these homes. So that was part of the topic with the biomass. Housing would be on board to do all this, and we would design our buildings to tap into the biomass infrastructure. So we would carefully plan our designs. For Public Works, we work with Public Works in a partnership as well. Public Works said they have assisted us to complete excavations, landscaping. We also used, that saves us a lot of planning and getting other excavation companies in here. They're right local here. They can show up right away. It saves on our budget a bit. So there's a picture here what they're helping us out, lift the 32-foot trusses onto a house. That saves us time and it's more safe rather than workers using ropes and 2x4s to push that great huge roof truss way up there. See how high that thing is reaching? So it's safer, and Norman was in agreement to provide that service to us, and it took 30 minutes rather than all day lifting that with ropes and pushing them with 2x4s or whatever. So there are concerns. Accessibility, what we have that we're facing here, we're working towards resolving them. It's a gravel, there's accessibility to land and to build new construction. There is a shortage of lots for new construction. We're working with tech services to build infrastructure for this. We're going back and forth. Right now we're under pressure to do this, like get this done. We need land to build. We're in a shortage of houses. We need infrastructure there. So the lot preparation as well, there's a lot of planning involved with lot preparation. We require clearing of trees and backfilling these lots with gravel. There's a gravel shortage to build up driveways and around the buildings in rural areas. So we can clear the trees, but we also need to fill it back in and build up the driveways and the drainage systems and everything else. So there's gravel required. There are water and sewer needs in rural areas. Some of the water tanks require cleaning or replacement. Some field bed systems require replacement. The field bed systems are standalone sewer systems in rural areas. In town, you're connected to water and sewer here. In the country, in the sewer area, in the rural area, you need to install the field bed systems. And some of those are really old right now, and from the houses that were built, again, from the 70s, 80s, or 90s, some of them need replacement, and we need gravel there too to replace them and remove them, dispose of them properly. And we're working on that as well. So the home renovation request, we get more and more every year. If these are put off, renovations, the cost of a renovation will increase, especially where there's plumbing issues, leaky roof, or mold issues. So if we put off something, the cost will go up higher, more damage will be done. So these ones are emergency type renovations that we need to pay attention to, which we do. So there are more planning and assessments that are being made to combat these types of concerns. Some heating systems, we know that furnace oil and propane, it's not really affordable for everybody. It's expensive, they have to get subsidized somewhere. So we're looking at installing more wood pellets furnaces and stoves. There's a picture of some there. There's also a heat pump system, a mini split. It's a ductless system. The installation for these is pretty simple. It is electric heat, but the benefit to a heat pump system with the mini or multi-split is it's ductless for one thing, and it provides more heat and air conditioning as well. So that would be another thing to consider. Like this would be to replace more like the baseboard heater systems we have. So the wood stove, okay, a lot of people use wood stoves too. There's a number of those being requested. The cost for installation is quite high. We got one quote recently for about $17,000. So we're trying to balance our resources with our installations for heating. I also looked on my own with the masonry heaters. I found a video online there that looked interesting. There's a picture of one on the bottom here. I'll go on the next slide there and talk about it more. So this is a masonry heater that I looked into. We didn't implement this anywhere yet. If someone's interested, they can come and see me about this. Anyway, what I found out is that it requires wood. Your wood that you get to use here, it has to be 20% or less moisture content. The wood is required to burn more efficiently, so you need to get a really good burning wood. Any wood with moisture on it would not work really well in here. It would cause ash to build up and all that. So it burns 30% than a typical wood stove. Let's say you burn 10 cords in 1 year, 1 season, and you would burn 3 with this one. So there's 0 emissions, and there's no ash to clean. You vacuum it once a year because it burns so hot, everything just gets pushed out of it, like the flue gases. In the picture here, you will see there's the flue gases get channeled into a system, and then they go out. There's a regular fireplace there. And then that one on top, that's actually a cooking, it's like a cooking oven, a pizza oven. So there's a benefit there. I've been looking at this one a bit. It looks interesting. There's no electricity required here too, so I mean, you do need to get the wood dried up, and it has to be seasoned wood to work effectively. There is a core you can buy. There's a core that some companies sell, and then you can clad it up with all the rocks there, and whatever way you want. There's all kinds of variations there. I thought it was interesting. So Wiki Housing, they've been involved with solar installations previously. There's a picture of one building here on the main Wikwemikong Way. There's a solar installation there. I'm not sure. We are going to make sure that these things are functioning and maintained. I think there might be an issue with the maintenance on these right now. But we'll be involved. That's an RPM unit there. We can also look into more of these solar projects. There may be off-grid options with new innovations to the lithium batteries, that like the old acid batteries that they have, that's getting automated right now. So there might be more advantage to go off-grid with some people who don't have access to hydro. We might be able to build further out in the rural areas where there is no hydro, basically. That may be an option that we're going to look into. And when talking with Linda today, there are certified installers. She's one of them herself. They took a course in 2011 with non-Mudjig. So there's some people that maybe can bring back on track for this initiative. So I'll just close up here. So housing is on board to achieve greener and more energy efficient homes. We have a long-standing relationship with contractors, building suppliers. We maintain our own workforce. We are in favor of identifying new greener initiatives. Wherever there are opportunities to build energy efficient homes, we can plan to work toward and meet these objectives. So that's it. Any questions? Yeah. No, we didn't buy them. We're just researching on if there's benefits on it over a baseboard type of heater, because there has the air conditioning option with it, and there's no ducts. The duct systems that we have with oil furnaces, they don't need to be installed. There. Oh, you have? Yeah. So there's more of a benefit to it. There are some in Wiki here. There's a few of them. like I said, they have the AC and both the heat. So that's like a way big benefit over a baseboard heater which only has heat. So I haven't really looked at it. There's a Samsung type of thing here that they have in Wiki, the one I was looking at. Actually, it's at the Moz and Paws there. They have two of them in there. They have, if you notice it, you'll see them. That's where that picture I have of that one there. I'll show you it here. Right, that's it right there in the middle. That's the one at Moz and Paws. That's a Samsung right there. But I'm looking at it, but I need more to see if it will actually, like in minus 25, when it gets minus 25 wind chill and all that, we want to make sure that it has enough heat. So there's a little bit of, we're hearing that they do develop them now to meet the heating requirements for that type of minus 25 temperature. But yeah, the masonry heater, the one though, that's kind of interesting. I might do that myself. Yes. For generators to generate electricity.
Did you get that?
Go ahead, just say it so everybody can hear you.
I've noticed that there's hookups for hydro meters that you could hook up a generator to it when your hydro goes off. And myself, I don't have no backup source except an oil furnace. So to have a generator hooked up to the hydro meter will allow me to continue to run my hydro in case of long power outages. But if housing or the energy program can look at avenues to find dollars to bring those to our community, because I know they're pretty expensive.
So you're talking about a heating concern mostly here, or? Yes. Do you? Yeah. Okay. Well, there's there's another question here. Yeah. Well, there it is. There it is.
Okay, my question. The solar paneling on top of that house, does that provide enough hydro for that house for 1 year? Like, is it worth your while
Right
for
now-
individual to do that so that you won't have to worry about a hydro payment for a given year?
I don't think so. That not depending on the system setup. Like if you have to have. This is to offset the cost. Like they used to have that retrofit program there. That's to offset your bill. Let's say your bill is about $250 or whatever. It would offset it a bit. Maybe you're paying $50. It's just to offset the cost over a 20-year period.
Okay, that's the answer I'm looking for. So that solar panel on top of that house doesn't take care of the hydro in that house for a given year. You
It's
have
just
to pay the difference. You have to pay the difference.
Yeah, it offsets the total cost.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, it's Brian Walters here. I'm going to be talking this afternoon about one of the products that we have that stores energy, and there is a residential module. It's like a power wall. Have you taken a look at any of that in conjunction with maybe solar? So the solar could actually charge the batteries so that when the power goes off, you've got sufficient energy to power critical items in the house like heat and other facilities.
Well, for me, what I'm thinking though is the batteries won't, like when it comes to heating, using battery heat basically to heat up an electric heater, that would probably wouldn't work.
Yeah, you have to look at the amount of load you put on.
Yeah.
So when you size it, you say, okay, this is the amount of load, and here's how many hours we spec it for.
Yep.
So you have so many kilowatt hours of storage that you can use for heating or running, essential things in the house.
Yeah, we want to look into that.
Okay.
We want to find out if there's options. I guess that would go with Stitch over here. That would go with answering his question too.
Okay.
Yeah, and we would look into that if there's an option for that. Right now, we don't do that. It's not, but we can look at, work with the energy planning department, and we'll figure some options out there.
I just wanted to add some clarification on the solar panel projects that are in the community. Ed Namagic had worked with council, and council invested into 10 or 11 microfit projects. And these microfit projects were intended to generate electricity, and you would get paid for that electricity that was generated. So this particular project here in that photo is one of those projects. So there are 11 throughout the community, and at various times the government had offered a certain rate. So at one time it may have been 81 cents per kilowatt, and then another time it was like 54, and then the third phase it dropped down to I think 39 or something like this. And also those price of the panels, they also dropped at the same level. So they may have cost $60,000 to install a microfit project, 10 kilowatt at one point when they first started, but then they gradually went down to 30 and less than that now. So those projects are 20-year contracts with the government that generate revenue for the community. There's also net metered solar installations in the community. So a partnership that the community had with Jazz Solar, they had installed about 320 kilowatts of solar generation. And what happens with those particular projects, there's one behind the junior school, there's one at the high school, and then there's one near Potawatomi, is they generate electricity and the community gets a rebate on, say, for the one behind the junior school, it's the nursing home, so they get a rebate for the energy that's used. And I just like to say in closing, if you're looking at the microfits to generate electricity, so you have to compare if you want to sell the electricity that you make, and they might pay you like, say 50 cents or 20 cents, and then what you pay if you're in a tiered system like every other resident is maybe 13.5 cents, and they have it at different rates. So you sort of compare, is it worthwhile to make money or pay for the electricity, right? And it's different rates, so.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll have an in-depth presentation on the inner workings of the FIT programs.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to commend all you people what you're doing in the solar energy system. But I honestly think the level of development of solar energy system should be 100 times as to the capacity where we are right now. Wikwemikong has about 10,000 acres of land up here, northern part of, and nothing grows on that land. It's all brush, rock, and there's nothing there really. And I've seen these solar energy systems out west, acres and acres of them, and I've seen them in the States, acres, and 10,000 acres of them. And the point I want to really give to you people here is we don't have to make a deal with Ontario Hydro or the federal or the provincial government. Let's set up our own energy system here in Wikwemikong that'll supply energy, electricity to our homes. That could be done. But we got to do it and put our heads together and make it happen in a big, big, big way. Not this nickel and dime stuff. Thank you. And I'm a gambler.
All right, thank you, Robert. Thank you, Russ.
Okay.
We're talking about housing, now we're getting into solar. So, we're going to go right directly into our next presentation. I'm going to call the Public Works Manager, Norma Sinaway, as well as Terrence Corber to be on standby here, unless you guys are both presenting at the same time. Same time. So we're going to hear about Public Works infrastructure as well as the improvements at the landfill site. What's your activity sheet?
No. It's not on there, eh? There we go. And how do we move to, is down, where we're? Okay. Okay. Good morning. My name is Terrence Corbier. I started as a waste management coordinator back in 2019. And it was, my job consists of mostly running the transfer station and bringing in programs for Wikwemikong on recycling and waste. But before we get into all that, I'm going to talk about how we used to handle waste in Wikwemikong, a little bit of history, and how we handle waste and recycling today. If you look at the first picture, it's just it's a nice picture, beautiful picture. It's one of my hunting areas I go to, Point Gwendine. Why is it part of the presentation? I put it there just to remind everybody that we can't have places like this anywhere in Ontario, even on our First Nation, if we don't properly recycle and handle our waste properly. You know, we have to go back to being caretakers of Mother Earth, and recycling and handling your waste properly is one way to do it. Okay, here's our next picture. We actually have two transfer stations. We have one here, centrally here, located here in Wiki. That's a big one. We also have another one in Point Gwendine for some of the residents that are living out there, and it's fairly small. We only have two bins over there, one for recycling and one for waste. So that's what we take care of on every year on a day-to-day basis. You know, back before we had transportation, we used to handle waste back then. We used to have many dump sites throughout our land base. We used to have them in small communities, like Cape Smith. We used to have one in Rabbit Island, some in Wikwemikong, some in Murray Hill, some in Buzzwell. But you know, they were there just for the ease of access. You got to think about 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Not too many of our band members had vehicles. So the way they used to handle waste, they used to, you know, get a tractor wagon, and they would go to these small little dump sites where they have easy access to get to, short distance to travel to, and that's how they would handle waste back then. And it was always in an open dump system. Nothing was really covered up at the end of the day, or even yearly, and so that's how we used to handle waste. We used to have small personal dump sites too. This is back in my grandparents' place back in Murray Hill. I remember as a teenager going there, that was about 30, 40, 50 feet long and about 10 feet wide. But over the years, I guess Mother Nature has disintegrated most of those products. And there was never any plastics back then either. It was just mostly glass and tin and metal. So that's how we used to handle waste back 30, 40 years ago. And again, this is Point Gwendine. We still have some old landfill sites that will eventually close up properly, but these were, I don't think they were there, band members doing it, but there were all the cottages in the area that were using them as dump sites. But they are all closed. We used to have some illegal dumping up there too, up along the highway. And that was because, mostly because there was no place for our band members to bring their garbage and their recyclable product. They used to bring it up to Killarney, but over the years, Ministry of Environment has told Killarney that they were not able to accept any more product from that were not taxpayers. So there was a need. That's why there was a need for the transfer station. After all those sites were eventually closed, we used to have one central site down. If you're familiar with Wiki, we have the transfer station, and used to be the old central landfill system. It was kind of organized, but not really. We used to have some tires over here, some bedding, some scrap metal, and all the general waste went on top of the hill. And you got to remember, this was all open. It was all open to the environment. If we had any hazardous waste in there or anything like that, it always had the potential of anything going into our drinking water, in our water table. So we ran that for about close to 30 years that way. And this is part of the old dump site we used to run. Like I said, it was kind of organized, like you said, beds, and we had the general waste over there, but not really. But I remember it was open. It was prone to the open environment. After a rainstorm, spring, after snow melted, there's always that possibility of contaminants getting into our drinking water. And then you can see the old dump strips and how big our landfill was at the time. After the end of the 30 years. And this is another picture from the old landfill site down the hill. You can tell how much garbage there is. Like, the truck itself is 6 feet. That's about 8 feet high. Not just environmentally from the rain and then there's something leaking in the environment. We also were prone to fires. We had 2-3 fires, and that wasn't good for the environment. Once all the contaminants were burning, there was always something leaking into the air. Going into the ozone layer. It wasn't healthy to breathe. Locally, depends on which way the winds are blowing. You can smell that down here in Wiki, smell that in Mary Hill. So there was a need to start changing the way we handled our waste in Wiki. I think 2017, 2016, the chief of council, our managers, ISC, we realized that we had to change the way how we handle our waste and recyclables. So back in 2017, that was the start of our first phase of our transfer station. With these fires and how big our landfill system was and how much waste that our community was producing, we had to go in this direction, I think. And here's more of the construction site. And that was back in 2017, the construction of our first phase of the transfer station. And here's some of the finished product of the first phase. This is where we have our 40-yard bins. People drive up and dump off all their construction waste, the bulky waste, into these bins. This is the way we have it organized. We have 30 bins for household use. And over here we had recycling bins for not just cardboard and paper, but we also have bins for plastics 1 through 6, our metals, tin cans. And here's more of the site layout. As you can see over here from this picture, this is our first building that we had for the tenant. At that time in 2018, they just started collecting the TVs and their hazardous waste. So my first year I was there,
we were having problems. We weren't storing things right. We didn't have any programs to get rid of the hazardous waste, get rid of our electronics. We had to learn how to get on these stewardships that Ontario provided. That way, anybody from off reserve can legally come onto our First Nation and pick these up legally. Because if they were to come and pick it up, if they were stopped by MTO, knowing that we were not associated with any of these stewardships, they could have got charged. They could have got charged for that. So it was a big learning process on how to jump on these stewardships. And it's been working out for the last 4 years. And this is the way we learned how to properly store our electronics. And this is the way we store it every day. And for the past 4 years, I think we're up to about 3 tons per year of how much of electronics that we ship out. And we actually get paid for that. We don't make much, but we get paid by the weight. This is the hazardous waste that we were in the first year. As you can tell, when I first started, that's not the proper way to store stuff. And we had to learn. We had to learn how to do this properly. We had to join up with the stewardships, like automotive stewardship, product care, where they handle the paints, solvents, the oil, antifreeze. That's all that went in there. Your pesticides, your aerosol cans, they all went into that, into hazardous waste. So we had to learn how to properly store it and to ship it out. So we went to Real Current that time. Me and Chris, he used to work with us. He used to be the attendant up there. Went to Real Current, and we met with Drainall, and they helped us out through the whole process. We had to get a generator license for Wiki, because we generated hazardous waste, and we learned how to properly store everything for shipping. Where are we here now? And this is where we learned. You can tell from the container was all full packed. We brought everything out before we had our event, hazardous waste event. We got them organized. We'll put all the paints together, put all the propane together, and we put all the antifreeze together for shipping. And here we are down the hill. We did the same thing down the hill. That paint was stored in one of these containers for years. I don't know how many years they were in there. But we took everything out, laid down our plastic on the ground, so it wouldn't get into the ground, anything that was leaking. And here we are last year. So we've come a long way from where we were to holding an event like it is. It's well organized. Nothing's on the ground. Everything was going into containers for shipment. Yeah, so it was a big learning experience. The first 4 years. So these are the outcomes that we had from the ministry. That we have close to 14,000 liters. They say 15 because we had 2 tractor trailers to go out last year. That's 60,000 liters of hazardous waste that we collected in the last 4 years. Remember that this could have all went into our open dump system. And it always had that chance of leaking into the groundwater and eventually leaking into our drinking water, which is Wiki Bay. As the crow flies, it's less than 2 kilometers. So this is a big win, not just for the transfer station, but I think for Wikwemikong. But it wasn't always rosy in the first year. We had trouble. Like, if you remember, the first year it was unorganized. We had lots of construction waste all over. People were complaining on Facebook. I think people were phoning the chief and the council and our managers. But we had to learn from it. We had to learn. Had to learn how to manage our transfer station. Manage as a transfer station. we couldn't manage it as a dump or landfill system anymore. So that was a learning experience the first year, and I'm glad we've come a long way since then. You know, I think at the time our band members they realized the benefits of having a transfer station, having these programs in place, compared to an open dump system. You know, it's a lot better for our environment. You know. Besides all that, we have some monitoring wells there down the hill too that we do on a yearly basis. We have 10 that we monitor. We check the groundwater, and those we do the groundwater testing. Not only tells you the movement of any contaminants, but it also tells you how much, if there's any kind of contaminants that get to an unsafe level. And so far, most of the readings have been good. We also take surface water samples up this river stream up on this side, and all the way down to the bay. And so we're still good. We're still good. And here we are. That was about 2 years ago. Testing the wells. So that's very important to have. Though you know, if anything leaks or you know, these would be our indicators. So if anything's leaked, we can have time to to remediate the area. And this is our decommissioning. As you all know, 3 years ago we started this project of decommissioning the landfill site and expanding our transfer station. And remember all that garbage we had around here? It was all brought onto this mountain, and we properly covered it with clay, local clay that we found on site. So compare the difference between what it was 4 years ago to now. There's a big difference. And here is just more pictures of the mound and the area in total. You know, this is the area where we had the tires, the beds down there, fridges, stoves. A big change, positive change. And this is just a general layout of our transfer stations, after finished phase 2 of the project. You know, we have the building. We have our office, the garage, and the reuse center. That is used daily. You know, we have lots of good stuff that come out of there, generators, chainsaws, lawnmowers. I've seen brand new couches almost come out of there, brand new beds. Yeah, you just got to be Johnny on the spot. You got to be at the right time if you want a deal.
Yeah,
But it's
we have some band members that come twice a day.
yeah. But if everybody's here, if they are designing a transfer station for their community, a reuse center is the way to go.
One of our employees too, he takes all the old bikes and he puts them together and makes bikes. And so he puts them in their youth center so that way some kids come, there's a bike for them to grab.
Yeah.
Stuff he throws away, but he does that too.
Yeah. So, yeah. So it's a very integral part of our transfer station, that reuse center. And then we have we collect oil over here, car oil. I think we collected over 12,000 liters of oil in the past 4 years. And that's lots of oil. Remember that all that oil could have went into our open dump system if we didn't have the transfer station. So very important to have. Same, there's our hazardous waste. We have our cardboards. We have about 8 bins of cardboards, and they're full. When it comes to the pickup, every Thursday, they're full. I think we have, 18 tons of cardboard gold per year. Yeah, so it's a program that's working. We have 30 household waste bins, just for general household waste. We collect, old trees, scrubs, old lumber, and it's down in this corner. There's the construction waste that we have. We have 3 bins of construction waste that we collect. Recycle bins, we have 7. 7 bins. And then you come up this area, we have the electronics. We have another household hazardous waste bin up here. And then we have the tires, scrap metal, and the fridges. And this was our finish. After phase 2, this is what it looks like. You can see our recycling bins, our waste bins, cardboard, and our construction waste. And here we go, another picture of the layout. Like I said, here's our garage, our reuse center, garage, and office. Oil, yeah, there's oil. There's another big thing we've, I said it was close up to 18,000 liters that we collected over the past 4 years. So it's good to have one on site. Tires, lots of tires. There's another program that we joined with Ontario. It's a tire stewardship. This is free pickup for us too. I think there was 3,500 tires that were collected last year. I think we might have that much already, but over the past 4 years, it's over 12,000 tires that we collected and shipped out. Freon. We talk about climate change. This legally has to be taken out of all the fridges, all the air conditioning units, all the freezers. We can't just release the freon into the air. I think it's illegal in Ontario and Canada to do that. So we have to hire a technician, and that's what he'll do. Before we ship out the fridges, all the freon has to be taken out of the fridges, our freezers, and our air conditioning units. So we hire him once or twice a year. I think there is just under 1,200 fridges that we did, units that over the past 4 years. Another thing we just purchased a few years ago is last year was a shredder. We worked with ISC on getting some funding for a shredder for our community and for our transfer station. That there, we had a reduction in travel from, it went down 43% last year when we got this in May compared to 2021. So that there, just the transportation, not just the transportation costs, you have to look at emissions of how much travel we saved from going back to Espanola with our construction waste. That there saved us, like I said, not just our shipping costs, but the emissions that we have to look at, which is great. And here's our shredder again, and our excavator. So like I said, that was that money we applied for from ISC to do this project. With this too, ISC is also looking at other First Nations of doing the same thing for them. They realize not just the cost saving, but like I said, the emissions that was going on. And it paid dividends right off the bat. I think May of 2021, we might had 18 loads go out, and we got this in May of 2022. We went down to about 9 loads already, so it cut it down in half. And next up, we also had a part of the project was our own roll-off bin. So this opened up opportunities for us at the transfer station. Not just for hauling, but we can haul at our own time. But for this year, we're just going to look at the construction waste. There's other opportunities where we can look at the not just recycling, but we can also haul our household waste if we want to. So. Let's employ somebody from Wiki instead of employing somebody from off reserve and another business when we can do that services ourselves.
Yeah, and that was kind of hard too with ISC. As some reason they didn't see that, the reasoning behind it. It made sense to us. We have so many truck drivers here, people qualify and actually work for these other companies. You know, the other company we're working with, they're from Chigi. We have band members that work for them, haul their own waste. Why can't we do it ourselves as a program? And so they finally came to the table and said, yes, well, that's a good idea. We can do it. So we got our own truck. We're just getting that license now, and then we'll be hauling our own waste within a month or so.
Yeah. So, getting near the end of the presentation, so I'll talk about, this is my little boy. He copies me wherever I do. He mimics whatever I do. I have a little chainsaw, he wants a little chainsaw. I got a helmet, he wants a helmet, eh? You know, he just, you know, and there's my chainsaw there, him copying me again, cutting down some trees. But knowing that, you know, we can, you know, they're also learning from us. And we can teach them how to be caretakers of Mother Earth again. Teach them to pick up garbage. You know, these are our future caretakers. So this is what else we did over the COVID. You know, we were stuck in the house. You know, I wanted to do some land-based activities and say, let's go pick up some garbage. You know, let's go have a barbecue out there. Let's go cook some hot dogs. And this is us going out there those few days. So they enjoyed their time. It was just like a family event. We had fun. And this is some of the outcome that we collected that day in the garbage. Just going a couple of kilometers down the road, on one of the logging roads, and this is where we picked up. But anyways, that's the end of my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it. Like I said, let's teach our kids. Let's teach our kids to recycle. Let's teach them to be caretakers. Miigwech.
Okay, another thing that we're working at with Public Works is we're optimizing our water delivery service right now. And so we teamed up with Guelph University and BlackBerry Canada. And what we're doing is, because we have 4 water delivery trucks, we do 720 loads a week is what we deliver between the 4 trucks. So that's, you know, 8 hours a day for 4 guys. And so we're in a lot of wear and tear on the vehicles. So what we're doing is, with BlackBerry, some technology, we're installing some sensors in the trucks. We're installing sensors in the water cisterns to show how much water is in their cistern, how much is in the truck. And using their BlackBerry devices, it talks to them. We create the programming. And what it will do, it'll tell us our best route to do that day. Well, you know, so for the amount of water we have in our truck will tell us which stops to make. And we make it back so that way less carbon footprint, so we're not unnecessarily coming back to the shop when we could have stopped in this one. So we're going to test it with one route for now, prove that it works, and then we're going to do the whole reserve with this. And the technology that we're going to create with the university is going to be our technology here in Wiki. And so we can offer this to license it to another First Nation if they want it, and this is how you do it, or another community. You know, this is how you do it. So it pay like a fee to us for all the work that we're doing with the university. We're also going to get our high school involved and help them. They'll help out the university with the programming. And so we want to make this a community thing that we're doing. Okay, miigwech. Any question? Councillor Joseph Wabagijik. No, he was at a conference and he's just kind of talking with them. And then so that's how it went from there. We just started talking, and then that's how we got involved with them. Yeah, Joe. At Guelph. Yeah, so the lead there is Dr. Kelsey Leonard.
Thank you. Norm, a few years ago, I was a young kid running up and down Main Street here. But I want to question, and I'm not here to scare anybody, but the life of the water and sewer main in Wikwemikong that comes right down the middle of the street right here. Where is the street? Out here? was put there when I was a young kid.
Yeah.
And I'm talking over 60 years ago. And that water and sewer line feeds all the houses here, it feeds all, and the schools especially. And I honestly think, and I'm not an engineer, that the life of this water and sewer main that runs right down Wikwemikong, the life expectancy of that might be coming to an end very shortly.
Yeah.
And when that happens, if it should happen, that's why I'm saying it must scare anybody, it would be a major disaster for our entire operations, through the band office, police station, and all over. So I'm raising that so that we're well aware of a potential disaster here in Wikwemikong if that's not addressed shortly, or even say what is the life of that water and sewer main.
Yep.
That should be known.
Yep.
So I guess my question is to you, you're the expert, what is the life of a water system and a sewer system today? Thank you.
So that Wiki Way, so that was done, yeah, over 50 years ago. 60 years ago. So the lifespan of the cast iron ductile water mains, if it's put in correctly, is between 50 to 100 years. But as Public Works, we know it wasn't done correctly. Because when we fix these areas, we're finding boulders literally this size sitting on top of the water mains, and that's where the breaks are happening. They didn't backfill properly. They used whatever material they pulled out, they put back in, and it was covered in clay, and it shouldn't be clay there. So we know it wasn't done correctly. So we know we're starting to have issues. We've been having issues for the past few years. So we got some new dollars, not new dollars, but dollars in for O&M. I think it's Thorough Canada, and Wiki's one of them. We're using some of those extra dollars, and we're doing engineering reports on the water mains. We're also going to be looking at getting design done for the water mains and looking for capital dollars to replace the old ductile water mains, because it should be done with the PVC, and it should be done correctly. Yeah.
Annie, I guess question for Norman Terrence. I was in Christian Island there a couple of years ago, and I noticed that they had 2 garbage trucks going around in the community collecting the homeowners' garbage. And I inquired, how did they get these garbage trucks for their community and the employment that it offers? And they told me it was own source revenue. So I was just wondering if maybe the Public Works or the Environment program would look into getting some garbage trucks for our community to pick up people's garbage. I know we have a contractor here that does the work, but if you look at the amount of homes that are here and basically apply that fee to those homeowners for, just like the water delivery service, have that applied to the homeowners so that you'll have a more efficient garbage pickup system here in our community. Because if you notice, sometimes on Saturdays or on the weekends, the amount of traffic that goes to the dump, it's pretty horrendous, I'll say. But if you could look into using our own source revenue to buy these garbage trucks, and it'll employ people. If you kind of give figures of saying like $50 a household per month at 800 households, that's a good revenue to employ these people and to maintain these trucks. It's just a thought. It's just an idea.
Yeah, no, we've been talking about that idea for a while too, because there's a lot of houses in Wiki, and we could do something like that. But I think what we would do is work with the contractor that's already here, because we don't want to put him out of business.
Annie, my name is Kim, and I live in Kagawang. And when I was the climate change coordinator for a couple of municipalities here on the island, one of our findings was that our landfills are actually producing more methane gas and contributing to our greenhouse gas emissions more than actually any other operation, including trucking our garbage offsite. So we started looking at lots of different solutions, and I continuously came up against tons of barriers. And then also this I guess about 10 years ago on the island, there was some kind of waste study and report done that, like, I've never seen the actual copy of this. I've just heard, like, I don't know, stories of it.
I haven't seen nothing. You seen anything, Terrence? No?
Okay. But anyway, so one thing has led to another, and now the Climate Change Committee of the Township of Billings has decided to send out like a note to all of the communities on the island, First Nation and municipalities, to like convene a waste management dialogue to see if like we can collaboratively look at like collaboratively procuring, for instance, like glass recycling. Like everybody's glass recycling contracts got canceled a bunch of years ago, right? And like, can we do it? Like, can we do glass crushing at one main facility for all of the island? Like, all of these ideas have come up. And anyway, so I'm wondering if Wikwemikong got invited to that. So if they didn't, I can like hold my counselors accountable. And then B, like, would Wikwemikong ever consider like a central waste to energy facility for the island? Like, because that's one of the barriers as well that I guess has arisen, is that no singular community can has enough waste to feed a waste to energy system to like make it even. And I just feel like Wikwemikong is like the most entrepreneurial community out there. So anyway, those are just some of the thoughts that are coming up in our community, and I thought opportunity for potential collaboration. Miigwech.
Terrence?
So when you're talking about glass, it's not that we don't want to collect it. It's our recycling plant that does not accept it. And so that's probably going on with your communities. But there's a big change in Ontario. It's called a producer responsibility, as you were, if nobody else is aware. Like say for the water bottles, if you're a producer, you're going to be responsible to collect it. You will have to pay the fees. So right now, everybody in municipalities, they pay for that recycling to get it collected and picked up and to get shipped. Now, the Ontario government is forcing these companies to do it, like water bottles, Coke, Pepsi cans. They're being responsible. And another thing that's coming out of it, it's going to be uniform across Ontario. What's collected in Toronto is going to be collected here on the island. If it's collected in Toronto, it's going to be collected in Thunder Bay. There's going to be a master list of what's collectible. And it has to be for everybody in Ontario, all the recyclers. So that's one change. Now for waste management future, we never talked about future management, but most of the landfill sites in Ontario, they're coming to an end of life. 10 years, 15 years from now, they're at capacity. That's why you see them, these municipalities, they're going from a 4-bag limit to a 2-bag limit. They want you to recycle more than have garbage ready, you know. And with the Ministry of Environment not really letting any of their communities open up another landfill, I think that's the direction that they might be pushing us to go towards, is a waste energy. It could be gasification, it could be incineration, you know, with the new technologies out there. That's an option that in the future we might have to look at. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Terrence. Thank you, Norm, for your presentation. And we're going to go into our next presentation from Annette Pelche. She's going to provide us a presentation on agricultural activities in Wikwemikong. So. Pelche Flamand. I'm reading the agenda.
Sawani. My name is Annette Pelche-Flamond. I'm the Agricultural Resources Coordinator for the community. And today I'm going to be talking about our program and what we've done to conserve energy and preserve the environment. And it keeps blinking. So with Agricultural Resources is a community food security initiative that was developed in response to the pandemic. We're currently administered by the Wikwemikong Ontario Works, and we assist community members who require help with their agricultural activities, and recently we started providing vegetables and meat to the Wikwemikong Food Bank. So the pandemic mobilized the community into food sovereignty by securing our own food bank and encouraging local food production through agriculture. Local food production increases the quality of food being consumed by community members, reduces energy expenditures such as gas and refrigeration, and that's needed to bring the food to the community, which allows us to become more self-sufficient. The Wikwemikong Ontario Works Gardening Program is the foundation for agricultural resources. I don't know why that keeps blinking. Oh, okay. So, first of all, we have to acknowledge our agriculture's contribution to climate change. And when we talk about agriculture, we're talking about big agriculture. So 10% of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions are from crop and livestock production, and that's excluding emissions from the use of fossil fuels. So, and fertilizer production. So like that's not including like gas for equipment. So, and for every calorie of food that's produced in the United States, 10 calories of fossil energy are put into the system to grow that food. So they call it 10 in, 1 out. And I couldn't find any stats for Canada, so I just used the United States ones. And so this energy is expended by farming practices, heat, lighting, specialized equipment, tractors, implements, processing, which is washing, manufacturing of packaging materials, storage, refrigerated warehouses, planes, store display cases, and transportation, reefer trucks, gas and diesel. Environmental damage and food waste are big concerns with agriculture, so synthetic fertilizers containing nitrogen and phosphorus have been at the heart of the intensified farming since World War II. While these chemicals have helped double the rate of food production, they have also helped bring about a gigantic increase, perhaps as much as 600%, of reactive nitrogen levels throughout the environment. The excess levels of nitrogen and phosphorus have caused the once beneficial nutrients to become pollutants. Roughly half the nitrogen in synthetic fertilizers escapes from the fields where it is applied and finds its way into the soil, water, air, and rainfall. Also, the average size Canadian household wastes 140 kilograms of food a year. So if you count all the Canadian households, that's 2.3 million tons of wasted food. 30% of that is vegetables, 15% is fruits, 13% leftovers, 9% bread and bakery items, 7% eggs, and 7% eggs and dairy, 6% meat, and 20% other food items. So that's a lot of waste. So now we're going to look at what Wiki consumes. So we got this local food production tool from the Indian Agriculture Program of Ontario, where you input your population, and it'll tell you what that community will eat. So in Wiki, we eat 340 cows, 63,776 broiler chickens, 1,804 turkeys, I think it's more, and 1,246 pigs. And almost all of this food is trucked in from all over the world. So as of 2020, in Wiki, there were only 4 beef producers. All were elderly and due to retire. Gardening, livestock, and beekeeping were practiced only by a few community members. So with the agriculture program, we have altogether, I think, 5 staff. 2 are experienced in agriculture and horticulture. One is a heavy equipment operator, and we have 2 level 1 trainees. Every summer, we also hire 4 summer students through the WDC. So when we choose to produce our own food, we have a say in how our food is raised and grown. And also we reduce food miles by purchasing locally produced food from local farmers, farmers markets, or by growing it ourselves. We also offer training on how to preserve your own food through dehydrating, pressure canning, and boiling water bath canning. And the good thing about this method of food preservation is that no refrigeration is required. You just put your jars on the shelf. Eat well and eat less. Take only what you need and stop wasting food. Reduce your meat intake and start to incorporate other proteins into your diet, such as beans, peas, and lentils. Avoid eating processed foods to reduce packaging waste, chemical preservatives, fragrances, and colors. And we also provide agricultural training opportunities through work experience programming. We're also a member of the Ecological Farmers Association of Ontario. And ecologically friendly farming practices include reducing tillage or practicing no-till. So in that picture that keeps blinking, that's actually occultation, where you take a opaque tarp or a silage tarp and you put it over the soil. You tack the ends down and then everything underneath it dies and you're left with a clean bed of soil. You can also use mulches instead of a tarp, so like straw or wood chips, and that'll also stop stuff from growing through. Use natural fertilizers such as composted manure, bone meal, blood meal. Practice integrated pest management instead of using chemical pesticides, herbicides, fungicides. And eat and preserve in-season fruit and vegetables and become a seed keeper. So also climate change has been discussed here over the last couple of days, so you should be planning your farming activities around climate change. Weather is becoming more unpredictable and extreme. We have late frosts, extreme weather events, extreme heat, drought, cold. There are tools to protect your crops. So mulching, as well as stopping weeds from coming up, it also reduces evaporation and helps the soil stay moist. There's biodegradable mulches, the black cloths, I guess. You can also use wood chip, straw, sawdust. Row covers look like mini greenhouses. They keep the heat in that is radiating from the ground during the night in case of frost events. Floating row covers also protect from frost and are great for protecting against certain pests. Irrigation equipment such as drip tape, water evaporation, reduces water evaporation and guides the water directly into the soil where it is needed the most. Greenhouses, caterpillar tunnels, and high tunnels will also protect crops from inclement weather. So with our program, we offer a variety of services. Agriculture is definitely an expensive undertaking when you're starting off with nothing. So it's our goal to offer as much support as we can to promote self-sufficiency. So when producing our own food, we have the power to decide how our food is produced. So our current program consists of the gardening program, the beef cattle initiative, the artisanal chicken initiative, the backyard poultry program, food bank, garden and band garden, the seed keeper program, farmer support, and public awareness. So we'll start with the gardening program. We provide tractor services such as plowing, disking, and tilling. We have hand tiller loans. We also source water containers and distribute them to the community. We offer raised bed gardens, topsoil, compost, seeds, and water delivery in rural areas. Food preservation workshops and gardening advice. So in that picture, we have one of our staff who is screening soil, and that soil would be used to fill the raised beds that we distribute through the gardening program. The Beef Cattle Initiative. So in November 2021, we purchased 15 cattle, and that's the breeding stock for the beef cattle herd. Animals will be culled as required, with all meat produced being distributed through the food bank. There are currently 24 cattle at the farm. So this is definitely the most time-consuming of all our programming, but the most fulfilling, because if you want to be a beef farmer, you also have to be veterinarian, woodworker, welder, dietitian, heavy equipment operator, safety inspector, laborer, and more. And I apologize for not being here yesterday because a calf was born out in the pasture and we couldn't find it. So all afternoon we were walking through the fields and the bush and we still didn't find it. So in the picture is the very first calf that was born to the beef cattle herd. And the mom is Curly because she has really curly fur. And the calf we named Googly because we had to Google all of her stages of her delivery to make sure everything was proceeding as it was supposed to. So the Artisanal Chicken Initiative this winter, we are fortunate to have been approved for by the Chicken Farmers of Ontario to participate in the Artisanal Chicken Program. So now we're licensed to produce between 600 to 3,000 birds a year. All meat harvested will be distributed through the food bank. This is a new development, so we decided to start with 675 birds, and we're going to be increasing to the 3,000 as we get more experience. So in that picture is, we actually got this really old trailer from the band. It used to be behind the Public Works, the Wiki Garage, sorry. And we turned it into a brooder. And you can see all the chicks, like they have lots of space to run around and everything, and they're really happy in there. And this is our first batch. So the backyard poultry program, we had day-old chicks. People had the option of picking egg, meat, or dual-purpose birds. We also offered brood lamps, chick feeders and waterers, chicken feeders and waterers, pine shavings, electric fence supplies. We also supplied slaughtering equipment such as kill cones, dunker, plucking machine, and we even had our summer students going around one year and helping people kill chickens. So they actually said, one of them said, next time he was going to have a plate of chicken wings, he'd be wondering how many chickens it took to make that pound of wings. So we also have the food bank garden and the band garden. The food bank garden is located up at the farm. We grow produce there, we harvest it, and we distribute it through the food bank. The band garden, which is what you see in the picture, is approximately 5 acres. And every year we grow a variety of produce, and we have pick your own events. So pick your own yellow beans is really popular, and the other one is dig your own potatoes. So we advertise the events, people come out, and then we weigh the food as they harvest it. So both gardens this year, finally, are going to be fertilized with composted manure from the band cattle herd. We choose not to use herbicides, fungicides, or pesticides. Due to the size of the gardens, we don't practice no-till because of the specialized equipment that you would require to work on a garden of that scale. So the Seed Keeper Initiative is new. It's developed under the mentorship of a seed sanctuary in Tyndonega. And the initiative will allow staff to gain experience and learn cultural teachings related to seed keeping. So this is going to include planting according to moon cycles, how to properly maintain plants meant to produce seed, how to harvest and process seeds, and how to properly store seeds for future use. Farmer support is also offered through the program. One of the concerns that farmers had was that nobody was willing to help them out anymore. And our goal is to keep our beef farmers working as long as we can. So we actually offer, we send our staff over and they assist with vaccinations, castrations, and flea treatments. They've fixed fences, and we've also picked up agricultural equipment like all over Ontario for them with our truck and trailer. And finally, public awareness. We tried to foster a general awareness of agriculture and local food production by participating in community events. We have exhibited livestock, and we talk about our activities. Since reopening, we've participated in the Ontario Works exhibit at the Community Open House last year and the Community Fall Fair Parade last year, and we were on first place at both events. And what we learned was that all you have to do is bring a cow and put it on your float and you'll win. Oh, we will also be on APTN in the near future. So this year, we're going to try to offer 4-H again. We actually got some equipment from 4-H Ontario to offer a beef cattle club, and we'll be offering the gardening club as well. And in that picture, you see one of our staff with the cow we brought to the open house last year. And he was a big hit. Kids were sitting on him. They were crawling all over him. They were petting him, pulling his ears, and he didn't even blink. So I'd just like to say chimigwech to our funders, which would be the Local Food Infrastructure Fund, the Indian Collective, the Indigenous Peoples Resilience Fund, First Nations Agriculture and Financing Ontario, which used to be Indian Agriculture Program of Ontario, Ecological Farmers Association of Ontario, OMAFRA, Union of Ontario Indians, Chicken Farmers of Ontario, Ontario Farmers for Climate Action Fund. We just got a grant this week from them to fix the fencing up at the farm, and Wikwemikong Lands for the soil screener. Chimigwech.
Thank you. Annette knew that I was going to speak after she is done. And I'd like to remind most of you people here, what she presented here was the way of life a few years ago. And there, a few years ago, there was 3 herds of horses in Wikwemikong. There was the South Bay herd of horses. They had about 50 horses. The Wikwemikong herd that was up here in the hill, and there was a Rabidon herd. 3 herds of horses, 150, 200 horses. And everybody owned a horse in those days. And those horses were used for winter logging and haying and all that type of stuff. And the day I'm talking about, what Annette just presented, was a way of life in Wikwemikong. Everybody, and I mean everybody, had a garden. Some grew corn, some grew potatoes, some grew carrots, some grew. And in the fall, there was a trade-off amongst our families. The Pelchys owned cows. Like I'm talking herds of cows, not just a handful of cows. The Zalmiks had about 100 head of cattle out in Kaboni. The Wakigijiks had about 100 head of cattle. So there was no shortage of beef, and we also had the pig farmers in Wikwemikong. So every fall, the pigs would be slaughtered, eh? And Saturday morning, we'd get up just to hear the wee. That's when the knife goes into the pig, and the blood is taken out, and blood sausage was made. And everybody used to love blood sausage. Don't see it anymore. So I'm welcoming this opportunity what Annette is bringing to light to everybody here. And I also think everybody should get on board with her and make this happen, because the cost of living right now today and the cost of food is out of the reach for a lot of people. Thank you, Annette.
About once a week, there's a sale for Buddha. Robert, you got to go up the hill, though. $20 a bag. $20 a bag for some nuggish. Why are you giggling? So we have our next presentation. We're going to ask William Asinaway to come up. And William's going to talk about the community infrastructure. It's all in the book, not in your head? No.
You got everyone coming out, listening to me? Is this on? Hello? Yep. Okay. Good morning. My name is William Asinaway. I'm Manager Technical Services, Wikwemikong. And we work with a lot of our communities' infrastructure. And I brought my document. It's called the Capital Planning Study. From it is a list of all the different infrastructure projects that are required for our community over the next 20 years. Now, I'm not the housing person. You got Russell here to talk on housing. But what we do is we set up for housing on infrastructure design on subdivisions, so we could build. Like what we have presently in our planning is a 75 rural lot subdivision plan for Rabbit Island. 7 kilometers from our water tank to Rabbit Island, the last apartment building on the right. And what that's going to do, it's going to help Russell with his housing needs, his lot needs, but it will also help with our public works department on water delivery. You know, it's going to save a lot of water deliveries on that, going on that road and breaking it up day after day. So now we could service that subdivision with water, without water delivery. So that's, right now we have that, a document out to ISK to help prepare for doing an approval on design of that subdivision. Everybody knows that we have a groundbreaking tomorrow morning, 5:30, for that proposed new nursing home. They call it a lodge model nursing home, 72,000 square feet. We're part of that project team to help with that design. There's a whole group of us from finance to technical. You know, we have a good team put together for it. I'm looking forward. I'm going to be at the ceremony in the morning. And then we also work with our wastewater treatment plant. Our wastewater treatment plant itself has got some rust out. It needs some replacements, retrofits. As it stated in the capital planning study, we need to repair our wastewater treatment plant. That serves our entire community for the wastewater. We want to make sure that we have a good functioning wastewater treatment plant. We don't want anything releasing out into the bay. Another good project team we have all together with our wastewater treatment plant department. Leon, he's upstairs. We got our engineers. We just recently got approval for doing our work, $6.9 million. We just received word from ISK yesterday. So now we can go out and approve for doing construction. And with that wastewater treatment plant design work, with all the sludge we produced as a community, it would be all collected at the head of the sewage plant. Because all we have left at the sewage plant is treated water. You know, it's all treated, but the sludge itself, what do we do with it? In the past, we used to go to the old landfill. We had sludge pits at the old landfill, and they'd leachate into the ground. You know, it'd dry up. The sludge would be left there and dried. But with the new subdivision design we have proposed, we are now going to have what's these things called? Geotubes. They're called geotubes. They're going to collect the sludge, de-water right there on site, and you're left with a bag of dry sludge, and that could be used for what's our theme here? Energy. Biosolids for energy. You know, that could be used in that fashion. Or with our waste transfer station, we have waste being hauled offsite. That could be considered waste also. and waste collector will accept our sludge. So we're trying to help clean the environment, at the same time look at ways to be more energy efficient on our projects. With the, like I said, the new nursing home, we're looking at more energy efficient equipment, automated building systems like design, no more of these manual control this, control that. It's all going to be automated. So that's our point in what we do. Try to make it energy efficient that way. Not so much. I don't think we have got involved with any underground piping for water or wastewater. You know, how can we capture that energy, and do we have enough volume for capturing the energy in that area? I've not posed that question to our engineers regarding it. I soon will. Hydro One, I believe they were here. I don't know if it was yesterday. They may have spoken about the initiative we have with the new poles coming into the community. Getting away from the wooden poles. All the wooden poles are being, there's holes made by the woodpeckers. They're getting away from those type of poles. Now they're more composite poles and taller. I know we had a visit from Hydro One 5 years ago there when we had that large power outage in Mantuaning where their transformer or their substation broke down. They're looking at putting another substation, but in Wikwemikong. I think this is all part and parcel of their long-term planning. So they'll have their infrastructure set in place and ready. And there's also another project that's just come on my desk, and which used to be the old Kina building design proposal. It's now called the Wikwemikong Child and Family Services Building. So it's going to be a combination of Kina and Child Family Services groups into one. So this would mean a larger building. You know, it's a larger concept. Where do we build? I know our lands department is here somewhere. They're the ones that allocates our projects for us. Where can we build? You know, close to infrastructure. It's ideal to have it close to water, sewer, and hydro. In a nutshell, anyways, like I said, I have a capital planning study here that lists projects over 20 years. And with the 75 lot subdivision in the Rabbit Island, it doesn't stop there. There's more subdivision development to come forward. But those are handled as we fill our subdivisions at 66% filled, then we start looking at new locations. And all those lots are identified from our land use planner at the lands department, and that's provided to our engineers so they can see, okay, where can we put these subdivisions? You know, that's where all of our information comes from, is from our lands department, so we can develop our community. In a nutshell, that's what I've come to say. Is there any questions or? Hello?
A great presentation. You razzle-dazzle everyone there.
Yeah, razzle dazzle.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Very concise. So wondering why this thing keeps dropping. So I think we have another special presentation that wasn't on the agenda. Sabrina, are you still prepared to provide us an overview of some of the work that you did with Air Quebec and evacuation of flood victims, I believe, flood and fire? Yeah. Ashley, you have your connectors at all? USB to HDMI.
Hello. Ani, bonjour, Kinuya. Hello, everyone. Nebe wawaye se Dishnakaz Odawa Minis Donjaba. My name is Sabrina Manatwabi. I'm from Wikwemikong. Sue has asked me to come here today to speak a few minutes about my experience with the effects of climate change in my line of work. So I was a airline pilot for 15 years for a company, a regional company called Air Quebec Incorporated. Air Quebec services their regular scheduled flights service the James Bay coast, which you could see here, and the lower Hudson Bay coast. On the east coast, they service the First Nations, as you could see there, in the province of Quebec, and on the west coast, in the province of Ontario. They have three main bases, Montreal and Val-d'Or in Quebec, and Timmins in Ontario, which I was based out of. They also do a lot of chartered flights for the Quebec Major Junior League teams, much of the mines like De Beers mine, some gold mines and a diamond mine in Quebec, and the provincial court. Some other charters were for the Ministry of Natural Resources, for the forest fire and flooding evacuations, which I'm here to talk to you today about. So this aircraft is called a Dash 8. It could be configured in two ways, 29 seats or 37 seats. For the evacuations, we take this aircraft in the 37-seat configuration, which means we could take 37 passengers and about 2,000 pounds of cargo in the back. The performance of this aircraft is really equipped for flying to the northern communities. With the amount of passengers it can take and cargo, it's nice and high, so it could land on gravel strips and short runways, about 3,500 feet. So this is a picture of, I like to talk about the forest fire evacuations we did. So we would fly up to, this was off, never scheduled, just last minute. The ministry would contact us, and whatever Air Quebec had available at the time, we would, they would give either one aircraft or two, depending on the company's workload at the time. And we would fly up to Western Ontario, northwestern Ontario and help evacuate the communities. So here's a passengers boarding as we evacuate them from the fire. You can see in the background. So as you can see on the map here, in the middle is, you can see the James Bay up on the top there. So that's where Air Quebec's regular service flights are. And then with the evacuations of the forest fire, you can see how far it is. It's almost in the province of Manitoba. But we would be called to help do these evacuations. I did evacuations from Deer Lake First Nation and Pikangikum, also Fort Hope. And we take them to communities, sometimes like Sioux Lookout, closer ones, Red Lake, Thunder Bay, sometimes Sault Ste. Marie, Sudbury, North Bay, depending on if they have the capacity to hold the evacuees. Sometimes we'd have to go far as Ottawa to bring them because the other places were full. When we fly to these communities, there's usually no fuel there, so we have to fuel up in Sioux Lookout and then take enough fuel to get to the First Nation and to take the payload, the people and their baggage, and then bring them back. So it's a long day for us. We fly from Timmins to Sioux Lookout, get fuel, and then fly to these communities, have them board the aircraft. And then if we have enough fuel, depending on where we're going, we might have to go back to Sioux Lookout to fuel up and then go to Ottawa. It's also a long day for the evacuees. They first of all, when they start, usually the communities already shut down their stores and grocery store, and they're limited on baggage. They can only bring like a backpack of clothes, and they get to the airport, and when we get to the airport, we usually have to wait like 2 or 3 hours for everybody to be accounted for, to get everybody's name, and there's a limit with children. So when I fly on the James Bay coast, I'm always flying like chief and counsel, lawyers, doctors, nurses, teachers, people that are used to flying. But when we do the evacuations, there's a lot of women and children, elderly people. Some children have never flown before. Some are single mothers with 3 or 4 children. So it can be very difficult to get them going for this. And when we get there, the wait's about 2 or 3 hours because there's lots of aircraft. Sometimes if the Red Cross makes it there before us, they're very helpful, but sometimes it's just the First Nations themselves, the airport people, or the community members. So by the time they get on board, it's been a few hours. And then if we fly to Sioux Lookout, they have to deplane, get fuel. We get fuel and they come back on the plane. And we only limited snacks on the aircraft, like granola bars or pretzels, juice boxes. And then if we have to make a long flight to Ottawa, it's about 2 hours. And then sometimes the buses are late for them, or there's a delay in getting their accommodations. So everybody is very hungry and very tired when they're getting displaced. One time in Ottawa, when they're well prepared, because it's a bigger city, they did have like a food truck right there when we landed, and they were giving out burgers and fries and hot dogs, and it was really nice because we were all very hungry. The buses come too to pick up everybody, but one thing I like most of all is when everybody's prepared to accept these evacuees. These population here in Deer Lake First Nations, about 1,200 people. In Pikangikum, it's about 2,500 people. The aircraft we fly is only allowed to take 37 passengers. So you could see it could be about 30 flights to evacuate a community like Deer Lake, or 60 flights to evacuate like Pikangikum. So it's a really huge operation, and it takes a lot of planning. Something to look forward to, not look forward to, something to plan for if it ever happens to us. When we pick up the passengers, when it's really unexpected, they come to like places like Sioux Lookout, and then they usually wait in warehouses or hangars or arenas. Sometimes they bring blankets and pillows for them. It gets cold, they're hungry, and they'll get other people, other forest fires, firefighters to help. They try to get indigenous firefighters from the southern communities to come help. Also, the police officers, like indigenous police officers, just because there's cultural barriers and language barriers. So they'll take one or two from each community, like a police officer, and then they'll have them just be the middle person. So you can see here, we've landed in Sioux Lookout, and everybody's checking in, making sure everyone's accounted for. You could see some volunteers there at the table, and you could see that the people, they have their babies with them, and they have just small bags that they just had to pack up quickly and leave their community. Here they set up tables and chairs. They're probably waiting for their accommodations to be ready because they have to call certain places, hotels or motels, and find them good accommodations. So there's a lot of volunteers, usually from the community, that come help out as well. So that was a little bit about the forest fire evacuations. I'd like to talk now about flooding evacuations. So on this map, this is my flight route. So up on the top right, you could see the blue is the water there. That's the James Bay. And I've highlighted Saskatchewan is the airport there. And then south, you could see the Great Lakes. There's Lake Superior, and there's us Manitoulin on Lake Huron. So I've highlighted Timmins. We fly up to Saskatchewan, and there's Kapuskasing, and then I've highlighted Ottawa. So for the flooding evacuees, about 20 years ago, they had a major flooding. And then I could tell you, there's a story about that. If we have time, I could tell you more about that. But ever since then, they've been just evacuating every single year. Like, they're not taking any chances. So every year, I would go help and evacuate for the flooding. They're a little bit more seasoned in the evacuations. It flows a little bit better. Red Cross goes up there. But again, when we leave Timmins and get there, we usually have to wait like 2 or 3 hours for the boarding. We take them to Kapuskasing. They're very accommodating in Kapuskasing. They got very good at it. So we go Timmins to Saskatchewan, which is about a 40-minute flight, and then down to Kapuskasing, which is about the same amount of time. And then we'd go back and forth, Kapuskasing, back up to Saskatchewan, back to Kapuskasing, back up to Saskatchewan, and just bring as much people as we can. For our duty time as a pilot, we could only do about 3 or 4 trips, 4 trips maximum, then we duty out. When we get to Kapuskasing, they always have food there ready. They have the buses ready to go, and their accommodations are all set as well. Sometimes when they get too full, if we have to evacuate more communities, we would have to take them to Ottawa as well. Here's a picture I got from the Star of Saskatchewan when it's flooding. I've heard before they did a lot of these evacuations, people keep boats tied to their porches just in case there's flooding in the middle of the night. So we're not the only ones doing the evacuations. The government, before the government steps in with the military, there's all surrounding businesses that help. So you could see in the bottom right, there's Air Inuit, and they service mostly northern Quebec and Nunavut. They have several Dash 8s, so they're always there helping as well. On the top right is Perimeter, that's Western Ontario and Manitoba. Same with Wasaya on the left, and then there's Air Quebec on the bottom left. So when we go to these communities, once we get there, there's a lot of air traffic. So we always have to coordinate our way in, and there's a lot of communication going on. Sometimes the First Nations can't accommodate 4 or 5 -8s. So when we're there, sometimes they'll say like, could you hold for 5 minutes? Air Inuit needs to get out and there's no room at the airport for you. So this is really concerning because we take limited fuel just to get to the First Nation and then to get out. So if we're holding for 5-10 minutes, we may go over our fuel reserve and have to return, and then it's just a wasted flight. So we have got good at kind of doing our own air traffic control. So when Air Inuit, we take a little bit more because like there's a lot of aircraft there. Might want to take a little bit more fuel if we're waiting. So Air Inuit can leave and then we could land and we have room to park. So all the aircraft, all the companies get together and help. If it gets really bad, they will call the military in and they'll get the Hercules to come take out, they could take lots of people out at one time. This is very, from my experience, it's very hard to be displaced. It's hard on the families and the children. This is the Hercules that the military will bring in, kind of a worst case scenario, and they'll take a lot of people out. And that's my presentation, so miigwech, and thank you. Does anybody have questions?
Any questions from anyone?
Thank you for your presentation and all your hard work. Congratulations on your career and all. I'm just curious about, because I mean, we see these people. I was in Timmins for quite some time when I was with Hydro One and in the motels, and then you'd run into a lot of the evacuees. And so a community like Kapuskasing, for instance, like you said, they got used to the people to coordinate this, but there's a lot of question I found people saying like, what are they doing here? Why do they keep doing this? They know it's going to happen year after year, and they seem to have an attitude towards the evacuees, like that they're a problem or something. And I've had some conversations with these people, and they're like, you know, that's their home, that's their homeland. And what's happening with climate change and stuff, I mean, that's not their doing. And people, you know, often say, why don't they just move? Like, why don't they move their communities and stuff? So I just wonder what your experience is in terms of conversations with people about that, their whole displacement, and then the need and the want and the desire to go back home.
I've spoke with a lot of community members from the coastal areas, and I don't know if you could relate to, like being Indigenous myself, I'm very connected to the land, to the water, to the trees, the maple trees, and same with them. They're very connected to that mushkeg, their annual hunts they do, one in the spring, one in the fall for the geese. And for the moose, and then if you go further north, it's caribou. They're very still connected to the land, and one thing is they use the land, like they're always hunting, still fishing, more than we do here, because they don't have as much resources as we do here, like grocery stores. They only have one. So they always want to go back home. That's where they're from. That's where their heart is, and they don't want to leave. Saskatchewan was approved just before I resigned that they are moving the whole community upriver, and that was approved. It's not too far from where they are now, but it's still not. It's still within their territory. But yeah, I've experienced that. Not to be on the negative side of what happens, but it is kind of a problem when the evacuees do come into the city. They're a little bit culture shock. They don't always obey the traffic rules, like pedestrian walking areas. But that's something we have to work together to make it better. My heart feels for them because they're from up north, and then they come into the city. Of course, they're going to be culture shock and have a hard time adjusting. It got kind of bad in Timmins one time. They weren't even allowed to leave the hotel with so many complaints going on. And I just thought that was really unfair. So something to work towards if you guys ever go out that way. Could, maybe have better accommodations. I know there was a lot of people went up there to speak the language because the Bikanchikam indigenous people spoke some Ojibwe, but it's a little bit different. But I know some of our community members went up there to help with that language barrier. Thanks.
Honey,
First
of all, I want to let you know that we're all very, very proud of you for representing Wikwemikong.
Chimingwet.
We all brag about you. We all know your dad. And one of my questions was, what else do you fly?
Well, I don't fly anymore. I resigned in August 2022. I moved home and I look forward to starting a second career. But when I was with Air Quebec, I started on the Embraer 110, which took about 15 passengers. And then I flew the Dash 8 that I mostly talked about here. And then I was captain on the King Air 100, which takes 8 passengers.
Wow. Well, I appreciate that. And I was wondering if I can get a copy of your presentation, because there's a lot in there for our emergency management. Like, it's always the little things that matter, that make the biggest difference to people.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of little things in there that I didn't even consider for our plan. So if you wouldn't mind sharing that, I would appreciate it.
I could do that.
Okay, miigwech.
Miigwech.
Ani,
Ani.
you guys work with the Keepers of the Circle up there?
Sorry, for who?
Keepers of the Circle?
No, I've never heard of them.
Because
Sorry.
well, they do security services. So when people are evacuated, they go up in that area. But also with us, we're working in that direction as well. And we have about 300 trained security guards. So when they go to these emergency locations to assist in relocating them and things like that. So I'm seeing a lot of synergies right here, where we can probably start looking at having Anishinaabe and Cree and have more dialogue surrounding these emergency plans, and then even looking at some of these locations, because even when people are evacuated to certain urban centers, like you're mentioning, is about the culture shock, right? That happens, and when we kind of look at the possibilities that maybe there could be something we can work out about certain locations could be utilized where they can be evacuated to by creating these temporary communities, right? So something that could be utilized for, so that they'll always have that location when these things happen, right?
Yeah, like I think like the security would be really good. So when people do get evacuated or displaced, to have that security there if we do have that culture shock. There's also you know, some members, they just never go back as well. Like, they get evacuated to Ottawa, and then on their return flight, might be months later, they just don't go. And then who knows where they are afterward. Like, I think that's why I want to speak today, is to bring some insight, just to prepare ourselves if this were to ever happen to us.
Absolutely. I think it's a good conversation that we should have further discuss again. Miigwech.
Okay, miigwech.
Okay. Miigwech, Sabrina, for providing us an overview of some of your work that you did with Air Quebec and helping out with the evacuees. We also have evaluation forms that we'd like for you to fill out. There's some yellow forms and purple forms. Purple for if you were here yesterday, and yellow if you're here today. Anybody colorblind? Anybody hungry? Well, you're gonna have to wait. Now we're gonna take a break and restart again at 12:45-ish. I'll say ish. But we're gonna recommence at 12:45, and they're just preparing the barbecue there. The hamburgers and sausages are sizzling, and the salads will be brought in very shortly. So as soon as we'll let you know when you can start lining up, but we'll take a break until 12:45. Miigwech. hearing from the SIPS group, Sarah Jane Soulier and her team in regards to the update to Wikwemikong's community energy plan. And then shortly after that, we're going to be hearing from John Manitwabi, for our lands director, and he's going to be providing us a report on the land use plan. And then we'll be going into a presentation by Vortex, and they're going to be telling us about our EV technology and their battery backup systems that they have available for those that are interested. So with that, I'd like to welcome up Sarah Jane Soulier to begin her presentation on the updating of the community energy plan.
Hello? Can you hear me? All right, thanks. So thank you everyone for joining us again, returning after lunch. So I'm here today to provide a presentation on the update to the community energy plan that Wiki developed in 2017. So just a bit about me. My name is Sarah Jane Soulier, and I'm a band member here of Wiki. Although I did not grow up here, I grew up in the city in Toronto, and but always had a connection to community. My mother was always sure to send us back every summer and all of the holidays. So my brother and sister and I were always knew where we came from and who we are, and also growing up in the city, she always made sure that those values and teachings at home were taught to us inside the house. So not just inside the house, but all together. But then once you leave the house, of course, that's a whole different world. So I've had to, I've learned, I've had a foot in each of those worlds growing up. So kind of helped me with my career and sort of where I am today, because of the type of work that I've done and what I'm doing now. It's been really helpful because I started out working with government and corporations, and being able to advise government and corporations with regards to Indigenous culture. I also have a legal background, and my intention was to practice criminal law. Didn't happen. I have children, and some of you had met or seen the presentation that Mitchell had provided yesterday regarding the solar boat project. And so that's sort of, I forgot where I'm going with my story here. I'm just rambling on now. So that's just really a bit about me, where I come from, and as part of the update, there was an RFP that went out last year, and the company that I'm working for, SIPS, had applied for or submitted to the RFP. And the company that I work for now is called Cambium Indigenous Professional Services, and we are a First Nation owned and controlled corporation which was formed in 2014. We are based out of Curve Lake First Nation, and currently we have 15 full-time employees, and we are also looking to, we are growing. There's a huge demand for the type of work that we're doing in the energy sector, in the energy field. So we're looking to grow. My colleague Teresa is over there, and there's 3 of us who are part of the team, the energy team at Cambium. Shane Hill, he's an engineer as well. He's the first, I think, and the only nuclear engineer in Canada. He's from Six Nations. So the three of us work as the energy team at SIPS. And some of the services we provide are community energy planning, energy-related capacity building and training. And you met some of our clients, the CECs who were presenting yesterday as well, who we provide that support with regards to any energy-related matters that they are looking for assistance with. We also do climate change planning and adaptation, community meetings, engagement, environmental services, and project management. We also have extensive experience in Indigenous energy planning. We have completed many community energy plans with over 12 Indigenous communities. So we are also branching out nationally. We have clients now in Northwest Territories, British Columbia, and in the far north. So SIPS will be leading the community energy plan update for Wiki. And we are doing it in partnership with Zahn Engineering.
Yeah, hello. My name is Jordan Hogendam. I'm with Zahn Engineering. We're a engineering firm out of Southern Ontario. We've got offices in Guelph and Cobourg, which is a bit south of Curve Lake, but just in the east of Toronto area. My background is in conventional engineering, so I studied as a mechanical engineer with a passion for solar, and I've been working in that field since I graduated in 2004. Zahn Engineering started as a company in 2010, and since that time we've been working kind of across the solar, renewable energy, net zero, and building design sort of cross-section. Most of the projects we deal with are low energy or net zero, although we did quite a bit of work through the FIT program in terms of design, engineering, testing, commissioning. And now that we've got sort of a parallel company, Zahn Generation, that does operations, maintenance, and condition audits. So pretty active across Ontario in that kind of regard. And we're really excited to be working with Sarah and her team to go through this with Wiki. We, as Zahn, had the opportunity to get involved in some initial solar feasibility studies, and now it's a matter of looking at how those projects have done and doing kind of an assessment on that. So that's what we'll be talking a bit about today.
So in 2017, Wiki had completed their community energy plan. And as part of that community energy plan, they had developed visions and goals. So the vision was for Wiki and City Indian Reserve to honor traditions, uphold the Anishinaabe language, culture, and identity, to value self-sufficient holistic well-being, and safety with a commitment to respect and care for our people, lands, resources, and environment. And some of the energy goals at the time was to improve energy efficiency, reduce energy costs, educate, engage community members, and renewable energy projects. So these vision and goals will be reviewed as part of the work that SIPS will be doing on the Community Energy Plan update. And we also want to make sure that those previous goals, visions and goals aligned with what Wiki wants to do today. So in 2017, this was the baseline that was shared or that was developed. It included 13 buildings. This baseline did not include consideration for residential energy use. But in the update, we will include an update on this baseline that will include a breakdown of energy use by sector, so homes and buildings, breakdown of energy use by energy type, so electricity, propane, oil, and wood. We've started doing outreach to a number of the different departments and seeking that data. So I've been harassing people a few times about that data, and we need that data. And so we're still, we've gathered as much data as possible, and then now we've collected data from Hydro One, Propane, Superior Propane, and McDougall. McDougall's was a very quick turnaround. So we provided some of the account information, and the very next day on a Saturday morning, I think at 7:30 in the morning, they responded with that data. So McDougall was very, very quick. Hydro One was quick as well to send the information. We haven't heard back from Superior. So the more information that we have will help us with this update, and I guess we're only going to be as good as the information that we're provided. So if when we're asking for that information, and we really would appreciate sharing that information with us so that we can ensure it's included in the plan and that it's accurate and most up to date, so that it will help benefit you in the future as to what community is looking for. So we're also looking to include transportation fuels such as gasoline and diesel, and estimates of the annual cost and GHG emissions associated with energy use. So the 2017 Community Energy Plan actions at that time were efficiency programs, focusing on improving energy performance of buildings and transportation, conducting energy audits, and participation in energy efficiency programs such as the First Nation Conservation Program, which I believe you did participate probably a couple of years ago. And solar power, to incorporate solar PV where possible. And then district energy, to incorporate district energy into the proposed industrial park and consider combined heat and power generation for a greenhouse using biomass. So what we plan to do as part of the update will include an assessment of the old energy plan. So we will do a gap analysis, which will identify areas of improvement with relation to that older energy plan, and then address them in the updates. We also are looking to do an energy audit of the inventory and then provide recommendations. Evaluate key investments, update the energy baseline and future projections. So we will update the estimations of the current and anticipated future use of Wikwemikong community. So I've reached out to a couple of you this morning with regards to that information. That would be really helpful for us to include in this updated community energy plan. Again, can't stress how much we need this information for us to be able to do a good job, for our community. We're also looking to develop tools and resources that the community can use. So we'll identify relevant training, capacity building activities, and also in-person community engagement. So a part of what we're doing today is part of the engagement, being present in community, sharing the work that we do, and sharing with you what our plan is with regards to this community plan update. And then we will meet again once we've gone through all of these components of the CEP update, and meet again so that we can share what we've gathered over this past year. So what has changed since the completion of the 2017 CEP? So Canada's climate change policy. So you have the 2050 net zero goals. And so as part of those goals, Canada is now looking at reaching net zero by 2050. So Canada now is in the process of developing policies and procedures to get to net zero. And so another part of my job, besides updating Wiki Energy Plan, is to also engage Indigenous communities nationally with regards to net zero and how communities want to get to net zero, how we should be involved in those discussions and those policies. So if we don't share our views or opinions, the government really won't be able to include our views into how we want to be involved in getting to net zero. So if there's anyone who has any comments or ideas of how us as First Nations people want to be involved in this, in Canada's plan, please come over and speak to us, and we'd be happy to hear that and make sure that it goes into a report that will eventually go to the Minister of Environment as well. So this is the Net Zero Advisory Body who we are working with and advising the Net Zero Advisory Body, who then sends independent advice to the minister. So I'll hand it over to Jordan to continue on.
Yeah, so I think in terms of other changes, and we'll sort of compare and contrast that in terms of some of the projects that have been deployed within the community. But there was mention earlier today, and I think yesterday as well, about the FIT or microfit program. So FIT stands for the feed-in tariff. That program is no longer available in Ontario. So all of the projects that are currently operating under it, and I know there's a few different First Nations who have projects already operating, that's a contract for 20 years. And that is a straight revenue stream. So it is putting electricity back into the grid, and it's not sort of offsetting the uses. But what we've been moving towards is really net metering. So I thought, just as a sort of level setting, we should just talk through the different types of solar, both for projects that are within the community and more generally. So the first there is off-grid. These are probably more expensive in terms of you know, the battery technologies and the elements that go into it. I think there's, you know, great presentation and representation here on the battery side. And generally speaking, this is appropriate when you don't have access to the electrical grid right within your property. And so I know there are individuals within the community that have that and have off-grid systems. As the cost of that equipment comes down, it becomes more viable. But it's important to remember that most off-grid systems still need to have a backup generator. So there is still a fossil fuel impact to an off-grid system. And we've done interesting studies to look at, you know, I've had clients come to us and say, well, we want to be zero carbon, don't want to connect to the grid, you know, we want to be off-grid. And the challenge is that that's actually not the lowest carbon way to go. And so if you do have the opportunity to connect to Hydro One and their electrical network, there are more cost-effective ways and lower carbon ways to operate. So that gets us into kind of the net metering kind of arrangement. So with the end of the feed-in tariff program in and around 2017, there still were contracts being built into 2018. But with the end of that, we went back to a net metering arrangement. And what that means basically is that you can generate as much energy behind your meter, so on your house or on your building, offsetting the energy from a credit basic. So you can offset in the summer when you've got high generation and use those credits in the winter. But you can't, well, you can, I guess, but you forfeit those credits. So they reset every 12 months. And so you want to kind of right size your solar system to make sure that it commiserates or aligns with your energy consumption. There was a question for Russell this morning about, you know, the project he showed an example of. That was a microfit project, one that we looked at. But if that was a new building with a net metered system, and that building was designed well, so good double glazed windows, R40 wall, R60 roof, it'd be very easy for that system that's just on one side of the roof to generate all the energy that that house needs for a year. So the technology is here, and I've got some other examples we'll get into. The last part there is microgrid, and there were some projects that were deployed within the community under the microgrid moniker, and I think it's really important to clarify that it really was the first stage of projects. So there's a solar array on this building itself, on the south roof. Right now it's in a net metered arrangement, so it's offsetting the energy use within the building. But it's been designed so that if in the future you were to deploy other sources of energy within the community, or if you're going to deploy battery energy, for example, or EV chargers, that you could start to build that out into a broader microgrid. And really microgrid means a smaller independent grid from Hydro One's electrical grid. Now that can be complicated and it can be, you know, time consuming to sort of figure those pieces out. But I think the plan, as articulated in 2017, was to start to build towards a future of energy independence. And I think there's an appreciation, and I think it's a growing appreciation, that that takes time and it takes investment, but it's a vision which I think you know, is critical to the long-term success of every community, right? From a resiliency perspective, from an ability to reduce your carbon impact. And I will say there's hurdles on the way, but there's a path forward. And I think that's some of the work that we do, is to kind of map that out and try to understand, okay, what is it going to take based on our current energy use to get to that future? And there isn't one silver bullet. There's not one right answer. It's a mix of saving energy, energy efficiency, heat pump technologies, coupled with on-site generation, whether it's within the house, the building, or at the community level, which was kind of articulated earlier today. So that's sort of the last piece. But that's informed the work that's been done within the community over the last 5, 6, 7 years. And so part of our work is to kind of understand how those projects are performing and how they're behaving. So we're going to be looking, or we started looking already at the existing microfit. We got sort of a data dump from Hydro One and from the account tracking, and so we've got some initial results we can share on that. We're going to be assessing the solar net metered and the microgrid. So there'll be you'll see some of our team hopefully back here in June to do some drone imaging with infrared to look at how those systems are performing and if there's any required maintenance that's needed. Sue gave a great presentation yesterday on the bioheat and biofuels and the pellet system. We're going to be looking at sort of the before case from an energy use and the after case to kind of validate those investments. I think it was a great presentation to understand sort of the learning curve and the lessons learned that have been sort of realized here. And it's exciting to see that happening. And so part of our role is to help sort of document that case and document the success that has been realized already, and many more. So we're going to be looking at a number of different aspects, and we'll talk a bit more about the GHGs a little bit later. So just a little bit, and again, as I said, microfit is no longer a program, it's available, but there's a lot of legacy systems. And one of the things, and this is a project that we looked at actually yesterday, I'll just jump ahead one second. So it's a roof-mounted, flush-mounted system, 40 panels, fairly standard kind of microfit. But what's interesting to note is that the panels, which would have gone in probably 2012, 2013, are 250 watts each. A current panel, same size that you buy now because of technology improvements, is pushing 400 watts. And so we can now generate more energy in less area, which reduces costs. This example used what's called microinverters, so it's one little inverter per module. It's a higher cost way of doing it, but as I was talking with Brooks as we were doing the review, they've had no failures on those microinverters in that time. So they have a few Wiki has a few systems that have that, but yeah, there's sort of that balance between initial cost and long-term cost. And so the question is, we don't know how these systems are working. They are being tracked, and based on the revenue generated, if there's a drop in revenue, that's a trigger to go look at how the systems are performing. So we've been able to do a bit of a data analysis, which I'll present on over the last 5 years, just to see how they're stacking up against each other. This is a poor example, but the one on the right is just handheld IR imaging. We do that typically with a drone, but we haven't been out to do that yet. But it gives you an idea of how the system's running. You see some kind of speckles on the right-hand side of one of those modules. So that one's indicating there's some cell damage. But again, when we look at the energy generation, it's not enough to say, hey, let's go and replace that. That's part of sort of a ongoing maintenance program, making sure that the systems are checked, the filters are clean, and that they're performing. And there's been a sort of an active program happening already in Wiki. I don't believe it's annual, but I think it's at least biannual or every few years that they're being inspected. The other type of system, which you may be familiar with, I know Georgina Island has a few of these, is a single inverter or a string inverter. So I think at the time when a lot of these were built, Fronius, which is the manufacturer of that, was quite prevalent. So I've seen them on a lot of within a lot of different communities. They're a fairly reliable inverter. There has been some replacements. We noticed a couple of systems that had new inverters that have been put in. But in this case, at least the example here, there's a combiner box, so the 4 strings of modules are all brought together, and then that's brought down into the inverter. And the inverter takes that direct current DC that comes from the solar panels and inverts it into AC, which is what comes out of your plug. And so this is kind of the core of the system. And one of the questions I get all the time is, well, how long will this last, right? How long is the system here for? The panels themselves, the solar panels, are warranted for 25 years. We've reviewed systems that are over 30 years old, and they're still performing. Now, they perform at a lower output. There's loss, degradation that happens over time. But the key piece from a maintenance perspective are the inverters. And if you've got to replace the inverters, you know, there's a cost at year 10 to 15, depending on when that failure sort of occurs. Yeah, in case of these, you know, they went in, I guess that you mentioned there was a few different stages, so whether it was 80 cents or 60 cents, that's part of the economic analysis that we're doing to say, okay, what was the initial cost and how did the return on the investment? So a few of the systems we just inventoried have produced over, one of them was 130,000 kilowatt hours over the last 10 years, which is pretty, or 12 years in that case, which is pretty good and pretty close to what we were expecting in terms of overall generation. What we ran into, and this is just with information, is that not all the information we got from Hydro One is tagged to a location, and so we're still matching, okay, this location is generating this, this piece is generating here. What was interesting in this case was we have, I don't know if it's, is there a pointer on here? I'll just walk up. So we have in here, this was that first kind of microfit that we were looking at in this house here. There's another one across the way. When you get to this site, this is a microfit site right here, but then this is actually part of the larger microgrid. And so there's systems sort of overlaid with each other, connected. And so part of our task is to unravel that and get the data sort of pulled out between the systems. A fit system or a microfit is really easy because Hydro One has a meter that measures every kilowatt hour that gets generated. A net metered system, by definition, connects behind the building meter. And so right now, the sun's out, we're generating power, we're using that to run the heaters and run the lights, so that won't cross the meter boundary. So we don't know that that kilowatt hour is generated unless we can pull data off the system itself. And so that's kind of the, well, we talked about gaps. That's one of the gaps that we're looking at, is saying how do we fill in to make sure we get all that data and that it's validated not once every 5 years when the energy plan's updated, but maybe once every year, to make sure that the systems are producing what they should. This is a data set sort of comparing the microfit systems that are within the Wiki community. The red lines kind of show the range of where we expect the generation to be. Our generation expectations are based on the technology that's installed, snow coverage, degradation, so in terms of if there's loss over time, and it's a statistical thing. So we see there's a little bit of fluctuation that depends if the inverter goes down for a bit. You know, one of the systems we looked at had an inverter in a fault case. You know, if it's off for a few days, that's going to impact where that system lines up. I think the takeaway here is that a lot of the systems are falling within that or well above sort of the minimum expectation. There are a few that are falling below the line, and so those are the ones that we're going to target to see what's actually happening and why. But I was, yeah, as we were working through the systems, I got to see some yesterday as well. They're in decent repair. There's not a lot of simple issues that we sometimes see. And I think, you know, in general, it's been a successful program in terms of, you know, deployment and sort of ongoing operation of it. Sort of echo what Sarah Jane had said, we did kind of analyze the reliability of the data that we have. So even Hydro One's data, we noticed that sometimes there's zeros, but it's not actually zero, it's generating, they've just had a meter issue. Other times it's zero because the system was offline. And so part of the challenge for us is to kind of unpack that data and look at. And so this is sort of a quick comparison of the same systems. It's probably a little hard to read from the back, but you know, most of the systems are running 80 to 100% reliability. We've got a few, and they don't necessarily correlate to the low performers that are, you know, 60%. So we're having meter issues, and you'll see a bunch of 0 months, then all of a sudden it'll catch up. And so you guys probably see that when you look at, you know, your historical accounting on these, is it's a little bit scattered because of that. So there's lots of reasons for that in terms of how Hydro One reads their meters, or if they're doing digital metering, but that's just one thing to kind of note. The other thing to note is that there isn't a monitoring system on these systems, so there's no proactive alert that says, hey, something's offline. And so that's probably going to be one of the recommendations. I don't think it's necessary for all the microfits. You know, that's a fairly small system, and there's a monthly cost to be able to monitor that. But I think for the larger projects, that's going to be a key piece to implement, just in terms of monitoring, but also being able to proactively deal with the maintenance and service call aspects. This is just an example. So this is on a number of residential multi-unit buildings. You can sort of see the before is just the one microfit, and then the after is with a bunch of sub-arrays. In this case, all of those arrays, the electricity is brought by DC to kind of the north end of the building, and then the inverters are positioned there near where the electrical service connection is. And so that one, from what we saw, is grouped here. Is operating. Again, we didn't have a lot of data on it, so that's one of the things we can get from Hydro One hourly data that shows how much energy is being consumed or exported. It doesn't give us the full picture for solar, but it gives us a sense of what the generation is lining like. So there's some other projects. There's a ground mount which actually feeds back into the nursing home. That's one that we haven't been to yet, but I'm looking forward to seeing that. So that's a more recent installation. And then also there are systems on the junior school, and these we haven't been to yet, so we're looking forward to seeing that. And then on the high school, again, a lot of these are co-located. So WDC owns the microfit, which is on the bottom left, and then I believe it's band owned is the net metered or microgrid system that's on the main part of the school. So yeah, there's a lot that's happened in the last 5 years. The last one is where we're sitting right now. So on the south roof is an array with the inverters just outside. So if you want to see what these look like, just take a walk around the building there. And again, it's partly to offset, you know, this time of year usage is relatively low. We're generating a lot of energy, and in the winter when the ice is in, that increases the amount of electricity that's used, and that would be offsetting using those credits. So why? You know, we're talking about a community energy plan, but as you've heard over the last 2 days here, a lot of this has to do with climate change and the impacts of climate change. I think with the Natural Heritage Assessment, you know, I think that energy, if you're just trying to save energy for energy's sake, you're sort of missing a bit of the perspective. It's important, right, to save energy, but why is it important? And the importance has to do with our human impact and what's happening with climate change. You know, conceptually, the more fossil fuels that we burn, the worse we're making the situation in terms of greenhouse gases. And so anything we can do to reduce that, and I think you've heard over the last 2 days all sorts of interesting ways that's being done, is going to have a really big impact. And so part of the community energy plan, and I know it went into the discussion about the symposium as well, is it's not just about energy, it's about greenhouse gases and the impact and how that will be translated. And so that's why I think it's been a great opportunity to be here and hear all the different initiatives that are happening, because it has a real impact. You know, the work being done with waste diversion, I mean, a 42% reduction in trucking costs and fuel to get, you know, and handle waste is huge. That's a massive improvement. And I think, as Sarah Jane indicated, that's part of what the inventory is going to be, is to show that kind of cross-section of initiatives and what their impact is, and then identify the next steps for the next, you know, 5, 10 plus years.
So going forward, we are going to be, of course, updating the timeline and sharing the progress of what we're going to be doing. So currently in the process, we're collecting the data, the energy consumption data, background data on WDC investments, background data on energy audits, which were completed by WDC, and any other relevant information to include in the CEP update. We've also had developed the energy questionnaire, so it's online. There is a link to the survey that was shared on the Wiki app. We also have paper copies, and so again, if all the community members could complete that survey, it'd be helpful for our data gathering. We're also doing, of course, Jordan's doing the assessment of the solar PV installations. He's already completed the desktop analysis on the microfits and the other required net metered infrastructure. So he will also be coming back in June, possibly, to do additional site assessment and yeah. So that's kind of what our plan is for the CEP, and we are expected to have it completed by March 31st, 2024. Miigwech. And if there are any questions, Bobby?
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the direction that the energy process is going in Wikwemikong. But I honestly think we're falling way short as to a level of where our thinking should be. And I kind of mentioned this regarding the solar paneling initiative this morning. Wikwemikong has 105,000 acres of land. So why are we concentrating on rooftop solar energies when we could be utilizing 10,000 acres of land and filling that up with solar energy power? But my point overall, the electric car is coming. We all know that, eh? And in the state of California, in 10 years from now, there's not going to be one gas car allowed in their highways. It's all going to be electric cars. Texas is doing the same thing. And I believe that's where our level of thinking should be 10, 20 years from now as to what the requirements of Wikwemikong is in hydro. And having said that, we've heard of Sudbury Hydro. They got a special agreement with Ontario Hydro. We could develop a Wikwemikong Hydro and have an agreement with the provincial government for Ontario Hydro. And Wikwemikong supplies all the hydro needs to all the homes in Wikwemikong by using solar power and also wind towers, wind power energy. And string up the number of wind power energy towers we need, I don't know how many, 20, 30, 40, even 100 of them. But if we did that here in Wikwemikong, we have our own Wikwemikong Hydro, the band members of Wikwemikong wouldn't have to pay for hydro anymore. The band would be providing it. The band wouldn't have to be paying hydro for the schools, this arena, and all the band operations, because the band would be supplying their own hydro. But the band would also be saving in buying gas for their vehicles, because all their vehicles would be electric. And there's towns already doing that. The city of Sault Ste. Marie are buying electric vehicles now because of the long-term savings. There's a big ad in the Sudbury paper or Sudbury advertising, the difference in driving electric car to gas. Major, major difference. And they're going to be manufacturing the electric car in St. Thomas. So the electric car is coming. But my point is, Wikwemikong is short in finances in many different areas. Road maintenance, for instance. Our budget in road maintenance should be double. But it isn't. But the money the band would be saving in paying hydro, their monthly costs, converting this money to other areas of the band operation. And all in all, what I'm saying is the level of thinking of Wikwemikong should be way higher than where it is right now in terms of energy projects, energy initiatives, and the whole 9 yards. And your expertise would be needed in that area. Help Wikwemikong. This would also be creating jobs in Wikwemikong. Union-paid jobs. And that's where we got to be going. And all the bands wouldn't have to buy oil anymore. They wouldn't have to be buying wood pellets anymore, because everything would be done by electricity. My house at home right now is totally electric efficient, because my house is all electricity. But my construction of my house is exactly the way Russell described it this morning, how houses should be built in Wikwemikong. In the long run, you save big time. You know what my hydro bill is a year annual rate? I bet you can't even guess. I'll tell you, I get a rebate of $50. After 1 year of using hydro, heating my house with hydro, because of the way I build it, and because I get these rebates every month. I only pay hydro 4 times a year, and then my rebates offset that for the rest of the summer. It don't cost me nothing. And every band member should be doing the same thing. I got my receipts right here for 1 year of hydro use. And my rebates are attached with it also. After 1 year, I'm getting free hydro, and I also got a rebate of $49.08. And every band member in every house in Wikwemikong could be doing the same thing. So our level of thinking got to increase to where it should be, and in the long run, Wikwemikong will be a heck of a lot better off than where we are right now. Thank you very much.
Miigwech. So I think to address a couple of your comments.
You're looking for a fight?
I am. I think to address a couple of your comments, like every community in Canada, every First Nation in Canada is looking for energy sovereignty. We all want to own our own energy systems, look after ourselves, to be independent and not rely on government anymore, right? So that's something that not just Wiki is looking at doing, but all communities everywhere. So that's sort of what we're here to do. And of course, this is why Jordan and I are up here today, is to provide that education, to provide that input and advice into the community energy plan that's already been developed, and we're here to update it. And then once we get all of the information and data that we've been asking for to be included in the energy plan, then it will also help us provide, again, those gaps, bridge those gaps where there might be some information missing, and then provide you advice and recommendations as to next steps. And so that's sort of what our plan is. And education piece, right? Education is also a part of what we are hoping to achieve by sharing information, sharing these stories. Sue's job as a community energy planner is to provide that education to the communities, and we're here to support Sue on that by doing this, bringing us all together, bringing the other CECs from other nations here to share their stories and what they're doing, and to share what Wiki's doing as well. So I think that's an important part of the education and sharing and developing and growing as communities, and so with the ideal goal of becoming self-sufficient, independent. So that's...
No, I 100% agree. And I think you painted an exact picture of what a net zero home can and should be. And it is attainable. It is reachable. It does require allocation differently in terms of, you know, how much insulation and putting solar in initially. But that, you know, the vision you paint is one that is achievable. There's a few steps along the way. And I think one of the things that is really important to appreciate when you're looking at that sort of energy planning, it's just strictly speaking on the electrical side, is that solar is an intermittent resource. Wind is an intermittent resource. And so to be a Wikwemikong utility company that can be self-sufficient, it's the same kind of challenge as I said at the outset about being off-grid. You would then need large storage capabilities. You would then need likely gas-fired generation to pick up on the off time. Could be cogeneration, right? Could supply your district heating. It's possible, but it's a bigger infrastructure. One of the challenges that we're running into and you're running into with connecting even net metered solar within the community is grid capacity, right? What Hydro One will permit connected to their system. It's great to hear, and I still have, I guess I have to talk with them after about the upgrades to potentially a new service substation for Wikwemikong. That will hopefully change that paradigm to some extent. But that's a hurdle. It's not unachievable, but it is a hurdle to that, you know, that process or that vision. And it does change sort of the overall picture for it. So we're looking for that input. You know, I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate the opportunity because I think we can help the community map that out and really look at what's involved holistically to get there. So.
And again, part of what we're doing here today is seeking your feedback, right? Hearing what it is the community wants. So Bobby, you've mentioned the solar, and so it's great to hear that feedback, and we need to hear more of that. We need to hear what community wants for their future energy goals. And just one more comment about something else you said, Bobby, in regards to the discount that you're getting on your Hydro One. You have the First Nations delivery credit, which is zero for on-reserve residential homes, and that was something that one of the it's politics. So that's something that was implemented years ago. We don't know if that's going to be ongoing. It's something that was only committed to for a number of years, and so communities still have to encourage governments to keep that so that it's ongoing. And again, who knows what the next political leaders will want to do with that, and so that's just part of something else. One more thing, I worked for Hydro One. So those transmission substation that they were supposed to build here, before I left, they took that out of the plan. So I'm not sure. Someone was talking about it today being back into Wiki, being brought back to Wiki. So I'm just not sure. It's kind of seems to go in and out. At the time, they were concerned about infrastructure being built on reserve because the infrastructure could be interrupted by protests. So there were a lot of protests going on in the south, so they didn't want to build infrastructure on reserve. So they took that out of Wiki's plan to build it off reserve. So I'm not sure if it's back on again, but just something to keep in mind and keep questioning and asserting your the assertion of what you want, right? What you want as a community, and letting corporations and government know what it is that you want. Okay, thank you.
I just had one further comment, Bobby. You raised the question about why rooftop solar versus ground mount, and it's a cost thing. It's usually about 30 to 40% less cost to put it on a building that can support it, because you don't have to build the foundations and the structure. Any plan that's going to serve everything will involve both, but that's why you see the initial projects happening rooftop, is that it's more cost effective to deploy, own, operate. So. We'd have to do the analysis. They're two different metrics completely, right? One is a power function to the cubic function depending on height and wind speed, and solar is just based on surface area that the sun can access. So generally, when you're talking about smaller scale, so less than 2 to 5 megawatt, solar is typically more cost effective per kilowatt hour over its life. But when you get to that kind of scale that you see with offshore and the large utility scale, that's really where they're driving those costs down.
So I have a question. Would the energy plan consider, like some of the viewpoints, as Robert has mentioned, about longer-term strategies on developing utility and generating electricity on a more larger scale, including, nobody's mentioned it here, pump storage, because of the topography here that exists currently. Like we are fortunate to have high bluffs near the water, and the water definitely can be pumped into a storage facility, whether it's another water tower, and then gravity fed through turbines to generate electricity. Like those are, I think anyway, should be considered as part of an energy plan, as something that could potentially create some discussion for future. Like it's nothing imminent, but it's something that could be considered based on the natural assets that are available to us. Miigwech.
So yeah, that's actually a great example of a storage technology. If you were to be independent, that would be an opportunity. There's a great example of it in Ludington, Michigan. The scale is astronomical. Like I've done analysis for a house, and you would have a water tower. So it's something that would have to be understood in terms of the scale and what the possibility is. But it's one of those diverse energy sources, and it's one that, when you've got excess wind or excess solar generation, you can run the pumps, fill it up, and then use it to go back. I think in terms of our mandate, what we're going to be looking at is saying, okay, based on the trajectory and this update from the prior community energy plan, these reductions have happened. Where are we headed? It's not like you can take energy efficiency to zero, right? At some point, you've got as efficient as you can be, and that's when the renewable and storage technologies need to get in. And so that's what we're going to be looking at, is saying, okay, based on this trajectory of energy savings, what's the gap, right? How you fill that gap, that's going to be in the details. But I think what is the gap and what's that spread that's needed? It's not, I said earlier, it's not one silver bullet, but it's got to be appropriate, right, for the location and so forth. Any other questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of know, like, costs for a system for a residential home, like for the solar panels, the inverter, and I'd like to know the cost and also how long those inverters last, and and lifespan of the inverter itself. And
So the cost is going to be dependent on how much energy you use. And so it's going to be kind of a variable number. I usually tell people, though, generally for the typical house, you're looking at probably 20 to 25 to 30,000 for a system. Now, if you add storage in, you know, that changes the equation a little bit. But that's kind of the range we're looking at. So as a point of context, when those microfit projects went in within the community, at that time, the cost of solar was 60–70% higher than it is now. And so one of those systems, instead of being $20,000 to $30,000, might have been $80,000 to $100,000. And so we've seen quite a drop in the cost of the panels, in the cost of the inverters, and the cost of racking. There's still a labor cost that hasn't changed dramatically, although some of the newer technologies are quicker to install. The second question you asked about life of system, the inverter is the key sort of piece. We usually tell people when you're planning a solar project, you know, if you've got a 30-year life plan that you'll replace your inverters around year 15. In some cases, it's a bit earlier. We've seen some early failures on some of the higher voltage string inverters with capacitors, but I think that's more of a technology evolution thing than a fundamental problem. If you're really concerned about that, the microinverters like an N-phase, they come with a 20-year warranty on the inverter itself. So you pay a bit more for the inverter, but it's, you know, you sort of get peace of mind. So yeah, that's generally what we see.
Yeah, because when I kind of look at this, the dollars and cents have to make sense to me.
Yeah, no,
right?
for sure.
You know, so if it's going to, so if it's not going to weigh out the same costs of the energy that we're buying, because myself, I spend $600 on electricity, because we don't pay the delivery charge.
Yeah.
So that's a really good bonus for us, right?
It's a huge bonus. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But I have to see if that's going to work out for me for the 30 years or 20-year lifespan to see if the cost is the same.
That's right.
Right, and there's also maintenance and things that all add into that, right?
Yep.
So that all has to make sense to me. But I know we'll never get away from oil and gas.
Yeah, but
Because-
if you're only spending, you said 600 a year?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're only spending 600 a year, that might be a smaller system than I was citing, right? It might only be 15,000 or 10 to 15,000. So that's why it's really important to understand how much energy you're using. So generally speaking, that chart's not up, but per kilowatt of modules in this area, you're getting anywhere from 1080 to 1100 kilowatt hours of energy per kilowatt to module. So a kilowatt module is like $2,500 all in. So you can sort of scale based on what your actual energy use is. But it's a longer payback, right? The FIT program was designed around a 10-year payback. Net metering, we see anywhere from 10 to 15 years, right? Now, there are some new investment tax credits. There are some, the latest federally is a 15% for municipal or First Nations owned kind of utility or development, which allows you to sort of leverage that. The other piece that's happened is that net metering used to be whoever held the meter had to own the net metering system, but they've now in the last year and a half permitted third-party ownership. So WDC could own a system, lease it back, and recoup that cost. And so there's some more flexibility around how net metered solar gets deployed, because it is capital intensive, right? That's the challenge.
Yeah, because I look at amortization maintenance, right? You know, like when I'm looking at a product, like the lifespan of it, and I have to make sure that if I'm doing my savings, but I also have to make sure that there's money in that pot, so when it does come up again, that the life expectancy is gone, I
Yep.
can actually repay, right? I'll buy a new one and continue it that way, right?
For sure. Yeah, it's got to be the full, what we'd call life cycle costing, right? You need to levelize that cost back so you know apples to apples comparison. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. And I know we have to have some strong consideration about disposal of the units when they're no longer applicable, right?
Yep.
So that's something that we have to really take a look at, and even when we're looking out at the products that are made to make the solar panels, right? You know, now we're getting into that whole thing, right? So how do we start looking at maybe hopefully there'll be some improvement with materials, right? But yeah, it's yeah.
No, it's
It's not meant to
it's a
make-
cradle to grave assessment, right? You've got to
Yeah.
understand what's going to happen and what's available. And Right now in North America, there's only a few recyclers like who are actually processing solar panel recycling, and it's relatively expensive. There's been more developing in Europe. Obviously, there's been more deployment of solar there, so it's later in their sort of life cycle. But it's a really important question to understand. The aluminum's pretty readily recyclable. That makes the frames and the racking, but the solar cells themselves is still an open question. So
Yeah. No, because I was looking at this one company years ago, and they would regenerate their battery. And I never actually dove in to find out exactly how that works, but I thought that would be a good transformation into this, right? So we can actually have maybe a company nearby that can regenerate those batteries instead of going out and buying new ones, right? But I'm not an expert in that, right? So, but I just kind of know about these economics side, but, all right, Jimmy Witch.
Another question here, final question.
It's more of a comment that, so we understand community energy plan is unique to each community based on your renewable resources and what you have accessibility to, like wind, solar, positioning. But one thing you're not mentioning that would probably be useful for people to understand is when you do create a solar farm, pending where that solar farm is located, you could put 400 panels, you could put 100, like, it doesn't matter, it's location, and then the infrastructure of the line underground to come to whatever building you're feeding. And that's a costly measure, digging that all up and laying that line. It's much like the water system. You know, we have the beds right now in the remote communities because they're not on the main water line. And it's the same as the solar. Solar is not that portable. It's not as portable as you think, especially if you're feeding a large building like this, a school, a band building, you know, you have to have all that infrastructure that connects the power generated to the user.
Yep, and you're absolutely correct. The getting connection into the actual grid is a challenge because the regulations do not allow for connections to happen. So with that, I want to thank the SIPS group for their presentation, and feel free to fill out the survey because they're going to require some of that input in order to be able to develop a full plan that would be considered to be followed by the community. So Miigwech, Sarah Jane, and your team. So up next we have John Manitwabi that's going to be providing a presentation on the land use plan.
I'll use this one. Awesome. Slideshow. It's funny, when you get older, you start having different levels of glasses. You're graduating, yeah. Just getting adjusting to it. Okay, for those that don't know me, I'm John Manitwabi, the Lands and Natural Resources Director. I used to be the land use planner for the community. So I'll do a quick presentation on the land use plan that was completed and what we'll be doing in regards to updating. So there are some great topics. Like I haven't been here yesterday, most of the day, and today, just other things that take me away from the symposium. But when I was here yesterday and being here this afternoon, I've been hearing a lot of good information that feeds into land use planning. A lot of it is focused on regarding knowing what the community needs are, what the future community needs are, and what our current infrastructure, energy needs are, what they need to be, what they currently are, what are the gaps in services. All that feeds into land use planning. So, to begin, just in case you're not aware of how, where, and who, or what we are. So the light green is Wikwemikong, Cedar Territory, and Point Grandin Reserve. If you don't know where Grandin is east of Killarney Provincial Park and west of French River Park. So we're right in the middle there. And then we got the Wikwemikong Cedar Reserve on the east side of Manitoulin Island. And just some other information. We're about 8,000 members now, 8,300 members. About 3,400 live on reserve and about 4,900 live off reserve. So there's a good example of one gentleman, George Roy over here. He lives in Michigan and he's looking at coming home. Next year, you said, eh? That's the plan. So he's fortunate that he has land to come back home to and build. But there's a lot of community members that don't have land and want to come home and build. And this is where land use planning and SIP's energy plan and other plans that have been developed over the years come into play in regards to where we need to do and plan accordingly. Like what Bobby was mentioning earlier, we need to be at this level in regards to planning wise for our community, not just haphazardly going along as what normally has been happening. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'll go back. So we are, for land-wise, we're 54,000 hectares in size. So we're the largest land-based First Nation in Ontario, and I believe we're the 6th largest in Canada. But we're also negotiating islands that be returned to us, which hopefully will be back under reserve, our title, in the near future, and they'll be adding another 12,000 hectares to the land base. So once that's complete, I believe we'll be the 3rd largest First Nation land base in Canada. But we're up there in regards to land base wise. But what really stands out is the amount of shoreline that we have to manage. We have managed over 220 kilometers of shoreline. So that's like driving from here, Highway 6, all the way up Highway 17 to Sudbury and beyond to probably Verner. You're looking at, that's how far of shoreline we have to manage. So that's a lot of shoreline that our community has as well. So in regards to land use planning, I'm going too fast here. So we'll be updating. There was a plan completed in 2011. It was presented to council and it was agreed at council or accepted by principle at council in 2011. And we're looking at wanting to update this plan. So what we'll be looking at doing is updating the plan based on the archival or historical information and any new information that we have at our disposal, which would be the energy plan, other plans that are going to be incorporated in the next few years, which is the asset management plan, which I'm not sure if Bill talked about it this morning. Then we have all the resources that we have in our community, our shoreline information, species at risk, medicinal plants, and how we put that all together into a document that everybody can understand and how we're going to manage these areas for the future, not only for the immediate future, but long-term future. So what is the land use plan? This is just a quick overview of what a land use plan is. So a land use plan is a tool of taking care of the land and the people of Wikwemikong and the Point Grandin lands for today and in the future. Taking care of the land means understanding and maintaining connections between all parts of the land. An important part of land use planning is preparing to deal with future situations that may affect the land. Land use planning provides an opportunity to think about how land should be used today and in the future. And in the land use plan, there are goals for land use and recommended actions for meeting those goals. A land use plan also sets aside different areas for different uses and describe what is allowed and may not be allowed or not allowed in specific areas. Most importantly, it is a living document, meaning it can be changed at any time to reflect the wishes of the community. So when the document was completed in 2011, it was about, I think it was about 400 pages in total in regards to what the size of the document was. And as you go along in time, once it's accepted and moved and implemented, then it needs to be revised, updated, or changed based on what the current reflection of the community is going in the direction. So that's what, in a general nutshell, what land use planning is. So these are the categories that have been looked at in regards to land use planning for our community. Agricultural resources, these are the non-utilized farmlands, these are areas that could be the pasture fields, cultural resources, ceremonial areas, areas of concern, developmental resources like housing, cemeteries, that's a whole wide range of categories there. Economic resources, these are future economic projects, solar, industrial areas, fish and habitat resources, spawning areas, creek assessments, rehabilitation areas. Forest resources, comes to forest management, forest renewal, lands and resources, land allotments, policies that need to be partaking in regards to what can occur or what needs to be managed as part of what's happening on those particular land bases. Medicinal plants, the identification and protection of these to ensure that they're viable here today and tomorrow and long term. Non-renewable resources, these are aggregates that we have or potentially that we can extract, and quarry, like there was a quarry proposal back in '96, so that option is still there, but setting aside that land for if and when that ever was to occur. Recreational tourism resources, these are our campsites, our ecotourism, our recreational uses. We have the Point Grandin Park, so that's part of recreation and tourism. Our road resources, these are existing and future roads. Our primary roads, our secondary roads, our tertiary roads, our forest trails, everything we need to know about what's on our land base in regards to roads and future roads, where they potentially could be to help with infrastructure. Water resources, our rivers, our lakes, our watersheds, our wildlife resources, species at risk, wildlife management plans, wildlife areas that are critical, like we need to know where these deer yards are over in Doganing or anywhere else to know that we're not impacting those deer yards. Protected areas, the wilderness areas, species at risk sites, historical sites. So back in 2011, created some management units for Wiki and Grandin. So these, for Wiki, it was split up into 33 units. And each unit would have, you'll see the next slide coming up, each unit had its own sheet in regards to what is there in regards to the resources, the land uses, and what are the gaps in regards to what's missing in regards to the information of that particular management unit. For Grandin, I believe there was 15 units that we had identified in regards to management units. And so the paperwork looked like this. So this is what most of the composition of the land use plan was identifying that. Now I know it's hard to read on here, but for each so you go back to here. So you can see that it's broken up into puzzle pieces. So the one puzzle piece would have a document attached to it like this. And here it identifies what that puzzle piece is. So here, this one particular one is management unit number 35. In Wiki in general, sorry. Wikwemikong is significant and rich in natural resources, features, as the majority of the land base is undeveloped and the host of numerous plant species of which are listed as a species risk within Canada or Ontario's prospective listings. So areas of concern, so on the one section here, I can't move my mouse around, but one section there talks about areas of concern. So I talk about there in regards to numerous culturally, historical, and environmental areas are found within Wikwemikong. Area of concern recommendations are buffer zones around these areas of concerns, non-developmental criteria to outline in each operational plan. So here you got a whole bunch of categories into this management units. So you got agricultural, so it identifies what can be found in that particular management unit, the cultural resources, what's particularly found in there, and so on and so on. So it gives you a great breakdown as to what you can find in a particular area of Wiki and what the future land use can be. So energy requirements from projects. So we all know that our infrastructure, there's a huge infrastructure need for our community, current and future. So we got our Elders Lodge that's going to be going up soon. We have a new school that's being proposed for across the road here. At some point in time, this recreational facility will need to be replaced and for a new one. So where is that going to be happening? What kind of resources are going to be in part of that recreational facility? Is it going to be a multi-purpose facility that is able to identify for both the rink, maybe a swimming, maybe other activities, a fair-sized gym? What needs to be incorporated? So that kind of planning needs to happen now so that we can know what size of footprint will require for that in the future, and when that can potentially happen. A cultural facility, museum like that, office facilities, commercial needs, residential needs. Then we talk about asset management. What are the assets that we currently have? What are those energy needs of those assets? And when do they need to be replaced? 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 100 years from now. We got to look long term as well, because our community is growing so fast. If you look at what our community looked like just 20 years ago, how much growth there has been in that 20 years for here, as opposed to the other communities on the island. Other communities have pretty much have been what they are. Little Current has seen a little bit of progress, but when you look at all the communities on the island, we're the one that's been more aggressively growing in regards to residential needs. So we, as part of a little glimpse of what we need here, we know that we need over 200 homes to assist with the backlog of residential requests at the rental property and community members like George wanting to come home. There's a huge demand for housing areas. So what's currently in the I guess you could say in the scope or that's potentially going to be created is a 75 lot rural subdivision in Rabbit Island, and the expansion of the hill subdivision up here for 125 lots. So those are currently in the queue, I guess you can say, but how fast we can implement those, there's another thing. It's all based on funding by IAC. Then we have the road improvements, and Norm can probably talk all day about what the road requirements are here. We got our existing roads that require upgrades. A lot of the roads that we have now are based on old wagon roads, and when they were created to what we see them now, we don't have the proper, I guess you could say, engineering designs for those roads to be reliable in regards to stability. So that's why we see a lot of potholes on all these roads every year. Even though they were just recently surface treated, next year they got potholes, and it's because the underlying material that's underneath the road is not designed or engineered of what's supposed to be there. So there's a lot of work in regards to improving these roads, and how much further roads we need to assist the community members with future infrastructure. So when it comes to land use planning and moving forward for our community, Bobby talked about it earlier in regards, we need to be thinking way up here in regards to being progressive about that. So we need to start thinking greener. Earlier there was talked about energy, and a lot of it now there's energy sovereignty, but there's also environmental sovereignty. There's other different sovereignties that we need to start looking about and start thinking greener communities. How green can we be? How far can we push that envelope in regards to being green? Now, I don't know if Russell talked about it this morning, but a couple of weeks ago, or about a month ago, we talked about doing small homes in regards to central heating, a central heating system for these small homes. So that could be a possible green scenario, and having a lesser carbon footprint than we currently emit right now. We all have vehicles here, and we all drive going to Sudbury or going home. That's a carbon footprint we're leaving behind. And Bob talked about the greener cars are coming in, so the electric cars. At one time we started off with canoes. Then the horse came in. Then the automobile came in. Now the green automobile will be coming in regards to electric, and at some point in time we'll be having flying cars. So we got to think about how future and those needs are going to be for our community in regards to not only being more greener, more energy efficient, and less of a carbon footprint, but having that infrastructure there to support those needs as well. So here I earlier talked about the future residential needs. So Buzzwell, in the capital plan that was completed in 2014, Buzzwell, there was identified for 60 residential lots. Rabbit Island had 75 lots. Wikwemikong Sing over there on the James Bay side over there is 200 plus lots over there. That, and Duke was mentioning about elevated water generation, power generation. Wikwemikong Sing could be a pilot area for greener community in regards to being off the grid. So in regards to planning wise and future land use planning, if we look at wanting to, same thing, push the envelope and raise the elevation of what we can do for our community members, maybe there's an opportunity for Wikwemikong Sing to be a green community that's totally off the grid with either solar, wind, or water generation power. But there's an opportunity there. Within the village, there's 125 lot subdivision being proposed over here, but we know that's going to be filled out in at least another 10, 15 years, and then we're now looking for another 100 or 200 lots. And then we have the acquired properties that we have in Mantuaning or anywhere else that we may acquire in the future for residential or commercial needs. And then we have our industrial park. Right now we have there's a few tenants that WC has for there, but what are those future tenants going to be looking like for the industrial park? Are they going to be requiring high energy needs? What kind of environmental impact will those tenants be requiring? And we need to have those policies in place that all feeds into land use planning to make sure that we are planning appropriately and accordingly for what those needs are going to be. Then for marine, we have the marina that over here. What does that waterfront study going to look like in regards to future development? What is the Prairie Point area going to look like in regards to future needs and future requirements? Will at some point in time hydro be put all the way up to Prairie Point, or will it be off the grid in regards to supporting itself on power? And then when it comes to other land use planning considerations, when you're thinking about land use planning, you got to think about climate change impacts. Dr. Pearson was here yesterday talking about climate change. Well, here we know we're already seeing more heavier rain events. We're also seeing more wind events like the microburst that happened Paul weekend a couple of years ago. We're now going to be seeing more snow, shorter winter ice conditions. We already see that already with Killarney. We can no longer trust the ice at Killarney in the wintertime going across with even a snow machine. So as opposed to 20, 30 years ago, we were able to drive across with a vehicle, but now we can't even do that. Community growth, population dynamics. We need to know and understand how fast our community is growing in regards to the population. Where is more of the concentration of the is it 5 years from now we're going to hit a huge population in regards to the needs of housing, or is it going to be 20 years from now? The addition of reserve lands or acquired lands, looking at that, we have the Mantuaning properties that are being held under fee simple for the ban, but when do we look at moving those under reserve status so that we can do some infrastructure projects to expand for community growth under the community, as opposed to going into the Mantuan Planning Board or the municipal of Asignac and asking permission to do growth, to do expansion over there. Funding opportunities, it's always about availability and scratching and clawing for funding. So that impacts the ability for land use planning and also for future development for the community. And then at the same time, the last one is the community and leadership direction. What are the community, what are their needs are, what are they looking to achieve? Every 5-10 years, WC puts out that comprehensive community plan update, and they do a lot of surveys in regards to what the community wishes to see here. So, as I mentioned, Little Current has been expanding slowly, but we've been expanding greatly, but we're more or less expanding in housing development, not necessarily commercial. So we got to start also thinking about commercial needs. If we're going to be a community of 5,000 people in about 10 years from now or 15 years from now, do we have those commercial needs to support our community here? Or are they still going to Sudbury? Are they still going to Espanola or Little Current? So we got to start thinking and planning for those kind of needs, not only just for today, but for tomorrow. And then lastly, the next step. So what's available to us in regards to land use planning or any kind of planning that we need. We need to have that champion to lead that project. We need to have that somebody who goes out there and be able to spearhead the project, be able to get that information that we require, compile it all together, and be able to create a plan or work with the consultants that can assist with that. But we need that champion internally to do that lead. We also need to coordinate the project team that assigns the tasks that are achievable. So it's a matter of, if we're a project team here and we're meeting on a monthly basis regarding land use planning, we should not only be meeting just to meet, but we should be able to have targets. What do we need to achieve in the next 5 months, next 6 months, next 1 year, that is achievable, that we can bring back to the leadership, bring back to the community and say, here, this is what we talked about, this is what we started working on, and this is the results that we're able to bring back to you right away. Mapping products. Everything relies on mapping, on knowing what's on the land base. Theodore at our species at risk program is doing a lot of great work in regards to species at risk, knowing where those are in the community and where we need to set aside to protect areas. Then we got our survey crew of Glenn and Quinton, who are doing all the surveying and trying to achieve those goals in regards to assisting community members with surveying parcels of land for economic development or even residential development. Then we have the drone technology that we currently have. The example down there is LiDAR. So that's LiDAR. If you don't know what LiDAR is if you take everything, all the vegetation off the ground, then you're left with what the actually looks like, what the terrain looks like, how the crooks and crannies of every piece of the earth. So LiDAR is a great example of how to know where there's future planning. If there's future planning would be an area, it identifies what is there in regards to underneath the vegetation, in regards to are there any gravel areas, or is there any kind of concerns that need to be addressed in regards to what comes out of the LiDAR data. Then there's community engagement. What are the long-term needs, the concerns, and directives? And we need to start looking 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, and even 100 years from now about what our community needs are going to be, that we've clearly identified them, and then at least when we leave this place into the spirit world, we're able to have left a footprint about what those challenges and what those needs and what those successes will be in the future for our community. Miigwech. Any questions? Bobby. Yeah. 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 Rich. Anybody else? Gina? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know Norm's crew there, or Norm himself there, they were hired a consultant in regards to doing a road study plan. And I did it, pretty sure it identified in regards to all the roads, not only just the surface treatment and paved roads, but all the roads, even the dirt roads, throughout the whole community in regards to what they currently exist, what their status is, and what their future needs are going to be. And I think this is where some of the things that I spoke about in regards to that, how some of those roads are not engineered properly, just because they were old wagon roads, and how those improvements need to be occurred, and what possibly would it. Did they talk about the cost, Norm? Yeah, so those costs are incorporated into that plan in regards to bringing them up to, I guess you could say, engineered specs for those roads, so that we don't necessarily putting a lot of money, investing a lot of money. Now, I don't know if that report talked about your existing capacity of staff. I don't, no, it didn't, eh? But you do have, but Norm does have a plan in regards to building that capacity internally to be able to be a little bit more self-sufficient in regards to road maintenance, having the proper equipment. And the band has supported, our leadership has supported Norm in regards to his request to have that equipment to be able to do those kind of self-capacity delivery projects in regards to grading and having the material available. But one of the things that is currently a gap that we have is regarding gravel aggregates resources. Our material that we have a lot of gravel aggregate areas, but it's not particularly the right type of grade, eh? Correct? Correct. And I think there's an opportunity there that if we identify areas within the community that have limestone areas that can, what do you call it? What are those things? Rock crusher. That can crush the rock into its own fine grade, that can be the correct grade that we require for the material, then that puts us in a much more better position to be able to be more self-sufficient, as opposed to contracting out to other entities and bringing those equipment in. Because that's one thing that Norm's office requires is a rock crusher. So that if we don't outsourcing that equipment always coming in, and then we're relying on somebody doing that work for us. But if Norm's crew, the public works crew, is able to have that equipment, we're able to produce our own material and the type of grade of material that we require at our disposal, as opposed to waiting for somebody or waiting for ISC to provide funding to do that work. So he's working on it, and he's building, he's doing some successes in regards to that. It's just moving those yardsticks forward. And that road study plan will be a great step forward in regards to that, because now we have that document to be able to understand what our road conditions are and what are our future requirements to bring our road conditions up to par for the community. Okay, right now we haven't started on that yet, so we'll be looking at starting a committee. So I'll be I guess our department will be the lead on that. So once we start the committee, we'll be looking at doing a posting in regards to having both program managers and community members as part of the land use planning committee, so that we get elder representative, community member representative, and youth representative on the committee, so that we have all points of view in regards to not only administration, but the community level as well, being part of the land use planning. So once that we actually get that rolling, then there will be a community notice being put out in regards to individuals who are interested in partaking. And because virtual, everything is virtual now, so we'll be able to host both in person with virtual as well. So no matter if you're up in Thunder Bay area and you can, if you want to participate, and you want to be on the committee, then yeah, that option will be available for committee members. Yeah, you had a question?